Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. In the small village of Solaria, where the seasons seemed to dance eternally between golden autumn and verdant spring, lived Thomas, a young 17-year-old gardener who dedicated his days to the royal gardens. His nimble fingers knew every leaf, every petal, and, most importantly, every one of the precious golden apples that grew on the oldest tree in the kingdom, planted hundreds of years ago by the first king of Solaria. The golden apple tree was not just a symbol of the kingdom, it was the source of their prosperity. Its fruits, when ripe, shone like the sun itself, and, according to ancient legends, possessed magical properties capable of curing any illness. Thomas grew up hearing these stories from his grandmother, a wise lady who lived in a small hut on the edge of the royal garden. On that particular autumn morning, as the mist still hugged the flower beds, Thomas noticed something different. The sacred tree's leaves were rustling, even without wind, and 3 of the brightest golden apples had disappeared during the night. King Aldrich would be furious. He was already impatient with the other mysterious robberies that had been happening in recent weeks. How is that possible? Thomas muttered to himself, examining the higher branches. The tree was protected by guards day and night, and yet the apples continued to disappear without a trace. As he inspected the site, he found something unusual. A single golden feather, as bright as the apples themselves, rested on the dewy grass. The young gardener barely had time to admire his discovery when he heard the heavy footsteps of the guards approaching, accompanied by the thundering voice of King Aldrich. 3 more apples are gone," cried the monarch, his normally serene face now contorted with frustration. Thomas quickly hid the quill in his pocket, his heart racing. Something told him that this discovery was too important to be shared hastily. The king approached, his purple cloak trailing across the damp grass. "You," he pointed at Thomas. "You tend these gardens. How do you allow this to continue happening?" Before Thomas could respond, a soft voice interrupted. "Father, don't be unfair. Thomas is our most dedicated gardener." It was Princess Elena, who always showed kindness to the castle's servants. His green eyes met Thomas's for a brief moment, conveying a silent apology for his father's behavior. That night, unable to sleep, Thomas decided to keep a secret vigil. He hid among the bushes near the sacred tree, the golden feather still in his pocket like a talisman. The hours passed slowly, and when the moon reached its highest point in the sky, something extraordinary happened. A bright glow cut through the night air, and Thomas could hardly believe his eyes. Gliding gracefully among the branches was a bird made entirely of pure gold, its feathers glistening in the moonlight like thousands of tiny suns. The creature was larger than any bird Thomas had ever seen, with a majestic tail that left a trail of golden light wherever it went. The bird landed delicately on one of the highest branches and, with its golden beak, began to pick one of the apples. It was at that moment that Thomas realized something even more surprising. The bird wasn't simply stealing the apples, it was crying over them. Crystal clear tears flowed from his ruby eyes, falling onto the golden fruit before he took it away. Fascinated and confused, Thomas almost revealed his presence, but a soft, melodious voice stopped him. "Don't come any closer yet, young gardener." Turning around slowly, he found a fox with fiery red fur sitting calmly beside him. His amber eyes glowed with an almost human intelligence. You talk?" Thomas whispered, astonished. The fox tilted his head slightly, an enigmatic smile on his muzzle. "There are many more magical things in this realm than a simple golden bird or a talking fox, my young friend. What you have witnessed tonight is just the beginning of a very ancient story, a story that needs you to finally be completed." Thomas looked at the tree again, but the golden bird had already left, leaving only a faint glow in the air and one more apple missing. The fox continued, "The golden bird is no ordinary thief. He carries with him a secret as old as this tree, a secret that could change the fate of Celeria forever." "What kind of secret?" asked Thomas, his curiosity overcoming his initial fear. "To find that out," replied the fox, "you will need to leave these gardens and follow the bird to its source. There is a reason you have been chosen to testify tonight, Thomas. The question is, are you willing to find out what it is?" The fox's words echoed in Thomas's mind as he watched the night sky, still sparkling with traces of the golden trail left by the mysterious bird. His life had always been dedicated to the royal gardens, but now a world of possibilities and mysteries opened up before him. With the golden feather in his pocket and a magical fox as his guide, Thomas knew his life would never be the same. And so, under the starry blanket of that extraordinary night, the young gardener began to understand that his role in the kingdom of Celeria would be much greater than simply caring for flowers and trees. An adventure awaited him, a journey that would take him far beyond the walls of the royal garden, in search of answers to questions he didn't even know existed. Dawn found Thomas sitting in his little hut, gazing at the golden feather that glowed softly between his fingers. The fox, who introduced himself as Sage, was lying next to the unlit fireplace, his amber eyes fixed on the young gardener. "We need to leave before the sun is up," Sage said, standing up gracefully. "The trail of the golden bird is easier to follow when there is still dew in the air." Thomas looked around his humble home, thinking about his grandmother. "I need to at least leave a note for my grandmother," he murmured, picking up a piece of parchment. With shaky letters, he wrote a brief explanation, promising to return as soon as possible. "Your grandmother is wiser than you know," Sage commented, watching him write. "She will understand your journey better than anyone else." With a small bag containing some provisions, his garden knife, and the carefully wrapped golden feather, Thomas followed Sage out of the confines of the royal garden. The rising sun painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, reminding him of magical apples. As they walked, Sage explained that the golden bird always followed the same route, towards the Twilight Mountains, where ancient legends spoke of a lost kingdom. "But before we get there," warned the fox, We need to cross the whispering forest. The forest rose before them like a dark green wall, its ancient, gnarled trees seeming to hold ancient secrets. Thomas had never ventured this far from Celeria, and a mixture of excitement and apprehension made his heart beat faster. In the whispering forest, Sage explained, the trees talk to each other, sharing ancient stories. Some of these stories are true, others are illusions created to confuse travelers. You must keep your mind clear and your heart steady. They had barely entered the forest when Thomas began to hear whispers. They were ethereal voices that seemed to come from all directions, some as soft as a breeze, others as deep as distant thunder. The voices told fragmented stories about the golden bird and the magic apples, born from the tears of the first sun, keeper of the royal secret, ancient curse sealed in gold. Thomas tried to catch every word, but the stories mixed and contradicted each other. Amidst the whispers, a particularly clear voice stood out, telling of a princess who had long ago been transformed into a golden bird by a curse. Don't let yourself get distracted, Sage warned, noticing Thomas's lost look. Forest stories are like spider webs, beautiful, but they can trap you if you're not careful. As they went deeper into the forest, the vegetation became denser and the whispers more intense. Thomas noticed that some trees had golden markings on their trunks, as if the bird had brushed against them in flight. Sage, called Thomas, stopping to examine one of the marks. Why does the bird take the apples? Why did it cry over them before taking them? The fox sat down, its red tail waving gently. The golden bird's tears have a specific purpose, she replied cryptically. Just as the golden apples are not simple fruit, the bird's cry is not simple sadness. There is an ancient connection between the bird, the apples, and the kingdom of Celeria itself. A sudden noise interrupted their conversation. Between the trees, a hooded figure watched them. Thomas instinctively reached for his garden knife, but Sage remained calm. "Ah, finally," said the fox. "I was wondering when we would meet the guardian of the forest." The figure approached, revealing an elderly woman with silver hair and eyes that seemed to contain all the wisdom of the forest. "You brought the gardener," she said to Sage, her voice blending harmoniously with the whispers of the trees. "Yes," Sage replied. "He saw the bird and found the feather." The guardian turned her piercing gaze to Thomas. "Show me the feather," she asked. Carefully, Thomas unwrapped the golden feather. When touching it, the guardian closed her eyes, as if listening to distant music. "Yes," she murmured. "The feather still carries the echo of the original song. The spell can be broken, but only if the pure heart finds the right path." "What spell?" Thomas asked, increasingly intrigued by the unfolding mysteries. "The same spell that turned love into gold, truth into secret, and a prosperous kingdom into a shadow of its former self," the guardian replied. "The golden bird is not a thief, young gardener. It is a prisoner of its own nature, just as the golden apples are prisoners of their magic." The guardian removed a small crystal from her robes that emitted a bluish light. "This crystal will guide you through the darkest part of the forest," she said, handing it to Thomas. "Follow his light. But remember, not everything that glitters is gold, and not all gold shines the same. With these enigmatic words, the guardian seemed to dissolve into the shadows of the forest, leaving Thomas with even more questions than answers. The crystal in his hand pulsed gently, indicating a path between the ancient trees. "Let's go," said Sage, already moving in the direction indicated by the crystal. "Night is approaching, and we need to find a safe place to rest." The stories of the forest become more intense after sunset. Thomas adjusted his bag over his shoulder and followed the fox, his thoughts divided between the mystery of the golden bird, the guardian's words, and the stories whispered through the forest. Each step took him further from his simple life in the royal gardens and closer to a destiny he did not yet fully understand. Dusk was beginning to tint the sky when the whispers from the trees brought a new story, this one telling of a love so strong it defied magic itself, and a price so high it echoed down the centuries in tears of gold. The night in the whispering forest turned out to be even more mysterious than Thomas could have imagined. He and Sage found shelter in an ancient hollow tree, the inside of which was surprisingly cozy and dry. The guardian's crystal emitted a soft glow, keeping the densest shadows at bay. "The stories the trees tell," Thomas said, breaking the silence, "about love and magic. They mentioned a price. What price would that be, Sage?" The fox, who was standing watch near the tree's entrance, turned its amber eyes towards him. "Ancient magic always demands a price, Thomas. Sometimes the price is greater than those who pay it initially imagined." A melodious sound pierced the forest, making Thomas stand up quickly. It was a distant song, sad and familiar, as if he knew it from some forgotten dream. "The bird," he exclaimed. "Yes," confirmed Sage. "He is close. But we must wait until dawn. The forest is treacherous at night, and there are other secrets walking among the trees." Oh, as he tried to sleep, Thomas was lulled by the whispers of the trees, which now told stories of the first king of Celeria and a promise made under the starlight. In his dreams, he saw Princess Elena, but she was different. Her tears were golden, and her words were sung instead of spoken. With the first rays of the sun, they resumed their journey. The crystal guided them along a path that seemed to become increasingly ancient, with mossy stones forming what must once have been a royal road. "Look," Sage pointed, indicating golden markings on the stones. "The bird came by recently. He's taking the apples somewhere specific." Following the markings, they came to a clearing where ancient ruins emerged from the vegetation. It was a small temple, its broken columns still holding delicate carvings of birds and trees. In the center was a stone altar with a golden bowl tarnished by time. Thomas cautiously approached the altar. In the bowl, he found the remains of golden apples, but they were different. They seemed to have been dissolved in something that resembled golden honey. "The bird's tears," Sage explained, "when mixed with the apples, create a powerful elixir." "But for what?" Before Thomas could respond, they heard the sound of wings, and a bright glow filled the clearing. The golden bird landed on the altar, its feathers shining like solar flames. In its beak, it carried another golden apple. Thomas's heart quickened when he saw the creature so close up. Her ruby eyes met his, and in that moment, he felt a deep, inexplicable connection. The bird showed no fear, just an old, familiar sadness. Don't move, Sage whispered. Watch. The bird placed the apple in the bowl and began to cry over it. Her crystal clear tears, when touching the fruit, created small waves of golden light. As this happened, the whispers from the forest intensified, telling a story that was finally starting to make sense. Once upon a time, whispered the trees, there was a princess who loved a gardener, but love between different classes was forbidden in the kingdom. To prevent their union, a sorcerer transformed the princess into a golden bird, condemned to fly eternally between two worlds. Thomas watched, mesmerized, as the bird performed its ritual. The apples, he murmured, are they part of an antidote? Almost so, Sage replied. They are part of a cure, but not just for the bird's curse. The entire kingdom has been affected by that ancient magic. The golden apples, which everyone thinks are a blessing, are actually a constant reminder of the spell. The bird finished its ritual and looked at Thomas again. There was something in her ruby eyes that reminded her of Princess Elena's green eyes, a gentleness that transcended physical form. But why now? Asked Thomas. Why after so long? Because you were born with the gift, Sage replied. Just like the first gardener the princess loved. His hands don't just tend the plants. They carry the ancient magic of the land, the same magic that can undo curses. The bird spread its wings, creating a shower of golden light in the clearing. Thomas, moved by an impulse he couldn't explain, reached out his hand. To his surprise, the bird didn't run away. Instead, it landed softly on his arm, its weight surprisingly light for a golden creature. What should I do? Asked Thomas, feeling the gentle warmth emanating from the golden feathers. Follow the bird to its source, Sage replied. The Twilight Mountains guard the place where the curse was cast. It is there that all the answers await. The bird took flight again, but this time it did not disappear into the distance. He seemed to be waiting for them to follow him. Thomas collected some of the golden elixir from the bowl into a small vial he carried, instinctively feeling that it would be important later. The journey has just begun, said Sage, already moving in the direction the bird indicated. The Twilight Mountains are a place where reality and magic blend, where past and present dance together like leaves in the wind. Thomas adjusted his bag, now carrying not only the golden feather, but also the guardian's elixir and crystal. Each step took him deeper into the mystery, closer to a truth that was beginning to reveal itself like the sunrise after a long night. The journey towards the Twilight Mountains became more challenging as the terrain rose. The golden bird flew ahead, its glow serving as a beacon through the thickening fog. Thomas noticed that the closer they got to the mountains, the more intense the glow of the golden elixir in its bottle became. The magic grows stronger here, Sage explained, her amber eyes shining with ancient knowledge. The Twilight Mountains are a place where the veil between the worlds is thinnest. That's why the sorcerer chose this location to cast his curse. As they climbed a steep trail, Thomas noticed the vegetation was changing. The trees, once verdant, now displayed golden leaves that never fell, as if autumn had been frozen in time. The air was charged with a palpable energy that made your skin tingle. Sage, Thomas called, pausing to catch his breath. You said I was born with a gift, like the first gardener. How is that possible? The fox sat on a nearby rock, its tail moving thoughtfully. Some gifts are passed down through the generations. Thomas, your grandmother is not just a simple resident of the cottage on the edge of the royal garden. She keeps more secrets than you know. Before Thomas could question further, a melodic sound echoed across the mountains. The golden bird had landed on an ancient stone structure higher up, an arch covered in symbols that glowed softly. As they approached the arch, Thomas recognized some of the symbols as similar to those he had seen in the forest temple. It's a door, he murmured, touching the inscriptions with his calloused gardener's fingers. A door between worlds, Sage confirmed. This is where the princess was transformed, and this is where the curse can be undone. The golden bird watched them intently from its perch in the arch. Her ruby eyes seemed to contain centuries of sadness, but also a spark of hope. Thomas removed the vial of golden elixir and the quill from his bag, feeling that they both pulsed with magical energy. What really happened? Asked Thomas. Why did the wizard curse the princess? Sage sighed, a surprisingly human sound. The sorcerer was the royal advisor, in love with the princess. When he discovered that she loved a simple gardener, his envy consumed him. He could not bear that she chose someone he considered inferior. Then he turned her into a golden bird, Thomas continued, the pieces of the puzzle beginning to fall into place. Yes, but his curse had consequences beyond what he intended. The magic affected the entire kingdom. The apple tree, which once bore normal fruit, began producing golden apples. Time itself seems to have been altered in Celeria, trapped in an endless cycle of autumn and spring. The wind in the mountains rose, bringing with it whispers of old memories. Thomas saw images forming in the mist. A young princess in the garden, a gardener offering her a simple flower, a wizard watching from the shadows, his heart poisoned with envy. The gardener, Thomas said slowly. Did he try to save you? He spent the rest of his life looking for a way to break the curse, Sage replied. Before he died, he prophesied that one day another gardener would come, carrying the same gift of connecting with the ancient magic of the land, someone who could finally free not just the princess, but the entire kingdom. The golden bird let out a melodious sound that seemed to carry all the pain of centuries of loneliness. Thomas felt his heart tighten with empathy. Suddenly, she remembered Princess Elena's green eyes and how they seemed to contain the same ancient sadness that she saw in the bird's ruby eyes. Elena, he whispered, a sudden realization hitting him. Princess Elena, she's part of this, too, isn't she? Sage nodded. The curse manifests itself in different ways in each generation. Elena carries the essence of the original princess within her, just as you carry the essence of the first gardener. The sun was beginning to set, painting the mountains with shades of gold and crimson. The ancient arch glowed more brightly now, its symbols pulsing as if they were alive. It's time, Sage said. Twilight is when the magic is strongest here. Thomas, you must use the elixir and the quill. Your gift will know what to do. Thomas approached the arch, holding the vial of elixir in one hand and the golden feather in the other. The bird descended from the arch and landed before him, its ruby eyes fixed on his. In that moment, Thomas felt all the ancient magic of the land flowing through him, like sap rising through an ancient trunk. Instinctively, he knew what he needed to do. He dipped the golden feather into the elixir, and with it began to trace new symbols over the old ones on the arch. Each feature glowed with its own light, and the golden bird began to sing a melody that seemed to awaken the mountain itself. The magic grew around him, stronger with each moment, as the sun continued its slow dip below the horizon. Thomas felt he was about to unlock the last secret, the final key to freeing not just the golden bird, but the entire kingdom from a curse that had lasted too long. The symbols that Thomas traced on the arch began to pulse with an increasingly intense light, while the song of the golden bird echoed across the mountains. The sun touched the horizon, creating a spectacle of colors that seemed to respond to the ancient magic that was being awakened. With the last stroke of the final symbol, a wave of golden energy exploded from the arch, enveloping the bird in a cocoon of light. The creature's song turned into something more, a human voice, crystal clear and familiar, blended with the previous melody. Thomas took a step back, shielding his eyes from the bright glare, while Sage remained still, watching intently. "The transformation has begun," said the fox, "but it is not yet complete. The curse is deeply rooted not only in the bird, but in all of Solaria. Thomas, you must use your gift to achieve the magic of the earth." Following his instinct, Thomas knelt down and placed his hands on the Rocky Mountain soil. Immediately, he felt currents of ancient magic flowing through the land, like subterranean rivers of pure power. It was the same energy he had always felt when taking care of the plants in the royal garden, but now infinitely stronger and more conscious. Meanwhile, visions began to form in the surrounding mist. The original princess running through the gardens, her laughter echoing through the centuries. The first gardener lovingly cultivating each flower, each tree. The moment their eyes met for the first time, and the forbidden love that blossomed between them. Thomas also saw the sorcerer, consumed by his obsession, weaving the curse that would not only transform the princess, but alter the very fabric of reality in Solaria. He saw how distorted magic spread across the kingdom like a golden wave, freezing time in an endless cycle, trapping generations in an endlessly repeating pattern. The sorcerer's love turned to possession, Sage explained, her voice blending with the visions. He believed that if he couldn't have the princess, no one else could. But he didn't realize that true love can't be possessed. It only exists in freedom. The cocoon of light began to dissolve, revealing a figure that made Thomas's heart skip a beat. It was Princess Elena, but it also wasn't. Her golden hair floated as if underwater, and her green eyes now had ruby highlights. It hovered between the ground and the sky, still partially enveloped by ancient magic. "Thomas," she called, her voice carrying echoes of the bird's song, "you must complete the cycle. The curse can only be broken by the same power that created it, true and pure love." Understanding what he needed to do, Thomas channeled all the love he felt, not just for Elena, but for every plant he had ever tended, every moment of connection with the earth, every sunrise he had witnessed in the gardens. It was a love that transcended the personal, touching something universal and eternal. Energy flowed through him, rising from the earth like golden sap, mixing with the light of twilight. The elixir in its vial began to glow in response, and the golden feather dissolved into pure light. The cycle is coming full circle, Sage announced. The curse is lifting, not just here, but throughout the kingdom. In the visions of the mist, Thomas could see Solaria transforming. The golden apple tree was returning to bearing normal fruit, although it still maintained its healing magic. Time, once trapped between seasons, was beginning to flow naturally again. It was as if the entire kingdom was waking up from a long golden dream. Elena gently descended to the ground, her feet gently touching the ancient rock. His eyes met Thomas's, carrying centuries of memory and love. The sorcerer didn't understand. She said softly that true love doesn't need magic to be eternal. It is already magical in nature. Thomas reached out to her, and when their fingers touched, a final wave of golden energy spread across the mountains, completely dispelling the last traces of the ancient curse. The stone arch, now free of its original symbols, glowed with the new lines Thomas had drawn, symbols of renewal and freedom. What happens now? Thomas asked, still holding Elena's hand. Now, Sage replied, an enigmatic smile on her muzzle. The real work begins. Solaria must learn to live without the weight of the curse, to find her own rhythm again. And you two have an important role in that. The sun had finally set completely, but the sky was still lit with a golden glow. No longer the artificial glow of the curse, but the natural light of twilight. Elena and Thomas began to descend the mountain together, followed by Serge, leaving behind the ancient arch that now served as a monument not to a curse, but to its breaking. Your grandmother will be proud, Sage commented as they walked. She has waited a long time to see this day. She knew, Thomas realized, knew it all along, just as the first gardener knew you would come one day. Sage agreed. Some stories need time to find their true ending. As they returned to Solaria, Thomas could feel the changes in the air, not just in the magic, but in the very essence of the kingdom. It was as if everything was breathing more freely, like a garden after the first rain of spring. The love that had broken the curse would continue to blossom, no longer limited by spells or prohibitions, but free to grow naturally, like all the most beautiful things in life. The scorching sun beat down on the ancient city of Byblos, its limestone walls reflecting the merciless heat that had been ravaging the region for months. In the parched fields around the city, farmers gazed in distress at the cloudless sky, their silent prayers echoing across the valleys of Phoenicia. Among them was Adira, a young priestess of the temple of Astarte, who walked barefoot across the cracked earth, feeling the suffering of the land on her feet. Adira had been chosen as a child to serve in the temple. Her amber eyes and night-black hair were considered a blessing from the goddess herself. Now, at 18, she prepared for her most important role, representing Astarte in the sacred marriage ritual, an ancient ceremony that, according to ancient traditions, would bring the rains back to the parched land. In the main temple, high priest Karim watched the city from above, his purple robes fluttering in the warm breeze. His worried eyes roamed the desolate landscape, while his mind was occupied with preparations for the upcoming ritual. As Baal's representative, he knew that the success of the ceremony depended not only on the correct rituals, but also on the true spiritual connection between the participants. People are losing faith, Adira, said Karim as the young priestess joined him on the temple terrace. Every day without rain is a day when more believers question the power of our gods. Adira touched the bronze medallion around her neck, a symbol of Astarte that had belonged to her mother, also an ancient priestess. The gods have not abandoned us, Karim. They are just testing our devotion. In the streets below, the tension was palpable. Merchants closed their stalls early due to the extreme heat. Children played with less energy, and the city's wells began to show signs of depletion. Among the crowd, moving like a shadow, was Malik, a wealthy merchant known for his influence and skepticism of ancient ways. Malik had gained considerable support among some members of the city council, arguing that resources spent on temples and rituals would be better spent on practical solutions to the drought. His words found fertile ground among the desperate, especially when he talked about building new aqueducts and cisterns. The gods are stories to put children to sleep, Malik used to say in his secret meetings. It's time for Byblos to embrace the future and abandon these ancient superstitions. However, as political and religious tensions rose in the city, something deeper and more mystical was at work. On moonless nights, Adira had vivid dreams of Astarte, who appeared as a radiant figure, her tears turning into flowers where they touched the ground. In her dreams, the goddess spoke of an imbalance that needed to be corrected, a divine love that needed to be renewed. Karim also felt the presence of Baal in his meditations, the storm god appearing in turbulent visions that left him uneasy. There is something different this time, Adira, he confided to the young priestess. This year's ritual will not be just a performance. The gods are closer than ever. Preparation for the holy marriage began a month before the scheduled date. The temple buzzed with activity. Younger priestesses wove garlands of preserved flowers, while priests prepared sacred oils and incense. Adira spent hours in meditation in the inner sanctum, connecting with the essence of Astarte, while Karim conducted the purification rituals necessary to channel the energy of Baal. In the market, rumors began to circulate about signs and omens. Some swore they saw birds flying in strange formations. Others spoke of shared dreams involving rain and renewal. Even the most skeptical could not deny the different energy that seemed to surround the city. Malik, sensing the growing expectation surrounding the ritual, intensified his criticism. Do you really believe that a theatrical ceremony will bring rain? He teased publicly. How many sacred marriages have we witnessed without results? His words resonated with some, but also provoked an unexpected reaction. Old stories began to resurface, told around nighttime campfires. Tales of times when sacred marriage had saved the land, when the union between Astarte and Baal was so powerful it turned deserts into gardens. A week before the ritual, Adira found an ancient scroll in the temple library describing a sacred marriage held centuries before during an even worse drought. The text spoke of signs similar to those they were witnessing and how the true faith of the participants had been crucial to the success of the ritual. It's not just about following the correct steps, she explained to Karim, her eyes shining with renewed understanding. It's about truly believing, about becoming a conduit for the gods. As the day of the ritual approached, the city of Byblos seemed torn between hope and skepticism. In the streets, people whispered about changes in the wind, about the air that seemed thicker with unspoken promises. At the temple, Adira and Karim continued their preparations, increasingly aware of the weight of their responsibility. One night, as the crescent moon bathed the city in its silvery light, Adira was alone in the temple garden when she felt a different presence. The air around her seemed to vibrate with divine energy, and she was sure Astarte was nearby, watching, waiting. At the same moment, in his chambers, Karim experienced a similar sensation, the power of Baal manifesting like distant thunder in his consciousness. The fate of Byblos depended on the success of this ritual, but it was now clear that it was not just a matter of saving the city from drought. It was about restoring the balance between the divine and the earthly, between the ancient faith and the changing world. And at the center of this spiritual storm were Adira and Karim, two mortals chosen to represent the eternal love between the gods. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the golden domes of the temple, Adira woke up with her heart racing. His dreams had been intense, filled with visions of Astarte dancing among storm clouds, her ethereal robes mingling with golden lightning. Beside him, in his dream, Baal stretched his hands toward the sky, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. In the temple courtyard, preparations for the ritual continued with renewed urgency. Young acolytes ran around with armfuls of aromatic herbs, while older ones supervised the arrangement of temporary altars. The air was thick with the scent of frankincense and myrrh, creating an increasingly mystical atmosphere in the sacred precinct. Karim found Adira meditating in the inner garden, where a small fountain still held a trickle of running water, precious as liquid gold in times of drought. "The signals are getting stronger," he said, sitting down next to her. "Tonight I saw Baal in my visions more clearly than ever before." Malik, for his part, did not remain idle. His criticism of the ritual had evolved into an open campaign against the temple. In secret meetings held in his mansion, he began to organize a group of opponents. "While we waste resources on rituals, our children are thirsty," he argued, his voice filled with false concern. In the market, tensions increased day after day. Traders openly discussed the coming ritual, some fervently defending the ancient traditions, others echoing Malik's skeptical words. The city seemed ready to crack, like the parched earth beneath its feet. Adira, feeling the growing weight of her responsibility, began to devote more time to ritual preparations. Under the guidance of the older priestesses, she learned the ancient, sacred dances that represented the union between Astarte and Baal. Their fluid movements told the story of divine love, painful separation, and the joyful return that brought new life to the earth. One afternoon, while rehearsing in the inner sanctum, Adira was surprised by an unexpected visitor. An elderly woman, leaning on an olive staff, approached her with slow but determined steps. It was Sapphire, one of the last priestesses of the ancient order, who rarely left her quarters at the top of the temple. "The gods chose well," said Sapphire, her eyes clouded with age, but still piercing. "You carry the fire of Astarte in your heart, child. But remember, the ritual is not just a dance. It is not just words. It is a complete surrender." Saphira's words resonated deeply with Adira, who began to understand that her preparation went beyond the physical and ritual aspects. An inner transformation was necessary, a total opening of the spirit to serve as a channel for divine energy. Meanwhile, Karim faced his own challenges. As Baal's representative, he needed to balance his authority as high priest with the humility necessary to be a true conduit of divine power. In his nightly meditations, he began to feel subtle changes in the air, as if the atmosphere itself was preparing for something extraordinary. 3 days before the ritual, an inexplicable event shook the city. During a meeting where Malik was speaking against the temple, lightning cut across the clear sky, followed by deafening thunder that shook the walls. Many saw this as a divine sign, although Malik tried to dismiss the event as a mere coincidence. At the temple, preparations reached their peak. Adira and Karim spent hours in ritual purification, their bodies and minds being prepared to serve as sacred vessels. The visions and dreams became increasingly vivid, and they both began to feel a deeper connection with the deities they would represent. On a particularly significant night, Adira found an ancient bronze mirror in the temple treasury. As she looked at her reflection in the polished surface, for a moment she saw not her own face, but the radiant countenance of Astarte. The mirror fell from her shaking hands, but miraculously, it didn't break when it hit the floor. As the day of the ritual approached, the entire city seemed to hold its breath. Even Malik's followers could not deny the extraordinary atmosphere that hung over Byblos. The air was thick with anticipation, and even the animals seemed more restless than usual. On the eve of the ceremony, Adira and Karim were taken to separate shrines for final purification rituals. As older priestesses anointed Adira's body with sacred oils, she felt a current of energy run up her spine. At the same time, Karim, in his own preparation ritual, was experiencing similar sensations. The sun set that night with unusual intensity, painting the sky with shades of purple and gold that seemed to reflect Astarte's own cloak. The stars emerged one by one, like celestial witnesses of what was to come, and a gentle breeze, the first in weeks, blew through the city, carrying with it the scent of divine promises. In the early hours of the day of the ritual, the air was different in Byblos. A gentle fog hung over the city, something that hadn't been seen in months, causing people to stop to observe the unusual phenomenon. At the temple, Adira awoke before sunrise, her body still vibrating with the energy of the previous night's purification rituals. The first hours were dedicated to final preparations. Younger priestesses helped Adira into her ceremonial robes, layers of fabric so fine they seemed made of moonlight. Her black hair was intertwined with golden ribbons and small preserved flowers, a crown of earthly stars for Astarte's mortal representative. In his quarters, Karim also prepared himself, his deep blue robes decorated with lightning symbols in silver thread. His thoughts were focused on the responsibilities he bore, not only as high priest, but as a conduit for Baal's power. With each breath, he felt the presence of the storm god stronger in his being. Meanwhile, Malik had not given up on his plans to discredit the ritual. The night before, he had convinced some board members to attend the ceremony with the intention of documenting his inevitable failure. Tomorrow, when nothing happens, the people will finally see the truth, he declared in his last secret meeting. The sun rose above the horizon, painting the sky with pink tones that seemed more intense than usual. The entire city was moving towards the temple, the streets filling with people dressed in their best clothes, carrying offerings and whispering prayers. Even the most skeptical could not ignore the extraordinary atmosphere that surrounded Byblos. Sapphire, the former priestess, watched the preparations from her high post in the temple. His cloudy eyes seemed to see beyond the veil of the physical world. The gods are near, she murmured to herself, feeling the subtle changes in the air around her. As the time for the ceremony approached, clouds began to form on the horizon. First, just a hint of white against the blue sky, then denser, darker masses. The wind gradually picked up, carrying with it the scent of dry land and ancient promises. In the inner sanctuary, Adira performed the last meditations before the ritual. His hands trembled slightly as he lit incense on the altars, but his heart was firm. All morning, he had felt Astarte's presence growing within him, like a light that gradually grew until it filled every part of his being. Karim found her moments before the ceremony began. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice deeper than normal, charged with a power that wasn't entirely his. Adira nodded, recognizing in the high priest's gaze the same type of transformation she was experiencing. The temple courtyard was crowded as they emerged from the inner sanctums. Thousands of eyes turned to the two figures, who seemed to radiate a light of their own. Malik was present, along with his followers, but even his skeptical expression faltered at the sight of Adira and Karim. The ceremony began with the sound of ritual drums, their rhythm reminiscent of heartbeats. Adira moved as if in a dream, her steps following a choreography older than the city itself. Each movement told the story of the love between Astarte and Baal, of the separation that caused drought, of the longing that made the earth yearn for rain. Karim joined her in the sacred dance, his movements complementing hers like thunder complements lightning. The air around them began to vibrate with visible energy, small sparks of golden light dancing in the space between their bodies. As the ritual progressed, the clouds in the sky became thicker and darker. The wind picked up, carrying flower petals and leaves in spirals around the dancers. Some of those present swore they saw shapes in the clouds, the profile of a radiant woman, the silhouette of a warrior with lightning in his hands. Adira was no longer completely herself. At some point during the dance, the line between priestess and goddess had dissolved. His eyes shone with unearthly light, and his every gesture seemed to leave luminous trails in the air. Beside him, Karim also transformed, his presence growing until he seemed to fill the entire temple courtyard. The musicians played, as if possessed, their instruments producing sounds that seemed to come from another world. The crowd watched in reverent silence, many falling to their knees at the divine manifestation they witnessed. Even Malik, who had come to discredit the ritual, found himself speechless. The culminating moment was approaching. Adira and Karim moved in perfect harmony, their bodies drawing the sacred symbols of divine marriage in the air. The sky above them was almost black now, shot through with lightning that seemed to respond to the dancers' movements. Sapphire, watching from above, cried silently. In all his years of temple service, he had never witnessed such a powerful manifestation. "It's like the old stories," she whispered, remembering the stories she had heard in her youth about rituals, where the gods actually walked among mortals. The dance reached its climax when Adira and Karim finally came together in the center of the courtyard, their hands meeting in a gesture that symbolized the union between heaven and earth. At the exact moment of the ringing, a deafening thunder shook the entire city, and the first drops of rain began to fall. It was as if all the floodgates of heaven opened at once. The rain fell in silver curtains, but it wasn't a destructive storm. It was a gentle, nourishing rain, just what the parched earth needed. The crowd erupted in shouts of joy and tears, many reaching out to feel the sacred water on their skin. In the center of the courtyard, Adira and Karim stood together, their bodies shining with their own light even in the rain. The transformation they had experienced was profound and irrevocable. They had become more than just priests. They were now true channels for divine power. The rain continued to fall, washing away months of dust and hopelessness from the city. In the fields around Byblos, the dry earth greedily absorbed every drop, and keen observers swore they saw little green shoots appearing almost instantly where the water touched the ground. The days that followed the ritual were of intense transformation for Byblos. The rain continued to fall steadily and gently, transforming the arid landscape into a carpet of green that quickly spread across the fields. In the temple, Adira and Karim still carried within them the echoes of the divine experience, their bodies emanating a subtle luminescence that did not diminish with the passage of time. News of the miracle quickly spread to neighboring towns, bringing pilgrims from all directions who wished to witness the changes and pay homage to the gods. Among them were those who swore they saw Astarte and Baal manifested in the bodies of the priests during the ritual. Malik, deeply shaken by what he had witnessed, retired to his mansion. The merchant who once spoke so confidently against ancient traditions now spent hours in silence, contemplating the changes taking place in the city. His followers, equally impressed, began to discreetly return to the temples. "The power of the gods has always been here," Saphira explained to the young acolytes who gathered around her to listen to her stories. "We just needed truly open hearts to channel it." His cloudy eyes always turned to Adira and Karim when he spoke, as if he could see the permanent transformation that had occurred in them. Adira herself was experiencing profound changes in her perception of the world. Colors seemed more vibrant, sounds clearer, and she could feel the vital energy pulsing through every living being around her. In her moments of meditation, Astarte's visions continued, but now they were more like conversations between old friends than the stunning manifestations of before. Karim, in turn, discovered that he could feel climate changes before they even happened. His connections with Baal had left permanent marks, allowing him to understand the patterns of storms and the movement of winds. This new gift brought with it an even greater responsibility, as he could now help farmers plan their crops with greater precision. One morning, while walking through the temple's revitalized gardens, Adira found a little girl kneeling before a newly born sprout. The child looked at her with wide eyes and said, "You shine like the stars, ma'am." It was a constant reminder of how the ritual had changed not only the land, but also those who had served as channels for the gods. The younger priests and priestesses watched Adira and Karim with a mixture of admiration and curiosity, trying to understand how they had achieved such a deep connection with the divine. Some began to develop their own, more intense spiritual practices, inspired by the example they had witnessed. As vegetation returned in full force to the fields of Byblos, the city experienced a renewal that went beyond the physical. People seemed kinder to each other, more aware of the interconnectedness of all things. Temples, previously frequented mainly in times of need, were now overflowing with believers who came in gratitude and celebration. One afternoon, Malik surprised everyone by appearing at the temple, carrying an offering of fruits and grains. His eyes met Adira's, and she could see a newfound humility in them. "The gods have shown me my arrogance," he said simply, before bowing in reverence. The transformations continued to manifest themselves in unexpected ways. Flowers that hadn't been seen for generations began to sprout spontaneously in the fields. Migratory birds returned in astonishing numbers, filling the air with their songs. The earth itself seemed to be celebrating the return of divine balance. Karim began to organize new rituals, smaller but no less significant, to keep the connection established during the sacred marriage alive. Under his guidance, the temple became not just a place of worship, but a center of learning where ancient traditions were preserved and passed on with renewed understanding. Adira, in turn, dedicated herself to teaching young priestesses, sharing not only the practical aspects of rituals, but also the importance of genuine spiritual openness. "The power is not in words or gestures," she explained, "but in the ability to become a true channel for the divine." In their joint meditations, Adira and Karim discovered that they could still access fragments of the divine power they had experienced during the ritual. It was as if a door had been opened and, even if not completely, remained ajar, allowing sacred energy to continue flowing into the world through them. Saphira observed all these changes with satisfaction, recognizing in them the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. "The gods never abandoned us," she often said. "They were just waiting for the right time to renew their alliance with us." The transformation of Byblos attracted the attention of scholars and mystics from distant lands, each bringing their own interpretations to the extraordinary events that had occurred. But for those who had witnessed the ritual, no explanation was necessary. They had directly experienced the power of divine love manifested through the union of Astarte and Baal. As the days passed, it became clear that the miracle of rain was just the beginning of a deeper and more lasting change. The city was rediscovering its role as a spiritual center, and its inhabitants were relearning to live in harmony with the sacred cycles of nature. As the seasons passed, the transformation of Byblos took hold in increasingly profound ways. The rains had established a regular pattern, and the fields were blooming with an abundance that not even the oldest inhabitants remembered seeing. Adira and Karim continued their duties in the temple, but their presence now carried a different weight, as if they were living bridges between the mortal world and the divine. One particularly significant morning, Adira found a small group of children playing on the steps of the temple. They stopped immediately upon seeing her, their eyes fixed on the soft glow that still emanated from her skin. One of them, brave, approached and touched his hand. "Is it true that you danced with the gods?" he asked innocently. Adira smiled, noticing how the stories of the ritual were already beginning to turn into legends. The temple had become a center of pilgrimage, attracting people from increasingly distant lands. Karim organized visits wisely, ensuring that the sacred site maintained its dignity even with the constant flow of visitors. Each pilgrim brought stories of how the renewal of Byblos had inspired change in their own communities. Sapphire, observing everything from her high perch, began recording the events on specially prepared parchments. Her crystal clear memory of events and her deep spiritual understanding allowed her to capture not only the facts, but also the deeper meanings of what had happened. "This is not just the story of a ritual," she explained to the scribes who assisted her. "It is the record of how the divine chooses to manifest itself when it encounters truly prepared hearts." Malik, on his own journey of transformation, began to use his influence in different ways. The merchant who once questioned traditions now financed the restoration of ancient sanctuaries and supported young people who wanted to dedicate themselves to the service of the gods. His mansion, once a place for skeptical meetings, became a space for study and contemplation. A subtle but significant change occurred in the social structure of Byblos itself. Divisions between social classes began to dissolve as people recognized their fundamental connection through the sacred. In the smaller rituals that now dotted the city's calendar, it was common to see merchants and peasants, nobles and artisans, all united in celebration. Adira began to dedicate more time to teaching, sharing not only the technical aspects of the rituals, but mainly the importance of inner preparation. The real miracle, she explained to her students, was not the manifestation of the gods, but our ability to open ourselves completely to receive them. The physical changes in the region continued to surprise. Plant species once believed to be extinct began to sprout spontaneously, and water sources that had dried up generations ago began flowing again. Farmers reported extraordinary harvests, and shepherds spoke of healthier herds than ever. Karim, in his nightly meditations, began to notice broader patterns in the changes occurring. "It's not just Byblos that is transforming," he shared with Adira during one of their regular meetings. "It's as if a wave of renewal is spreading from here." The special connection between Adira and Karim has also evolved in unexpected ways. Although the romantic aspect of the ritual was an act, they developed a deep spiritual partnership, as if their souls had been permanently intertwined by the experience of channeling Astarte and Bel. A year after the original ritual, A special celebration was organized to mark the date. Pilgrims from all directions thronged the city, and the temple glowed with thousands of lamps. During the ceremonies, many vowed to see divine manifestations again, not as dramatic as in the original ritual, but just as significant. The knowledge accumulated during this period of transformation was carefully preserved. New sacred texts were written, incorporating the experiences and revelations that had emerged. Ancient prophecies have been re examined in light of recent events, revealing deeper layers of meaning. As Byblos flourished, other cities began sending representatives to learn its new ways. Adira and Karim regularly hosted priests and priestesses from other temples, sharing what they had learned, but always emphasizing that each place should find its own way of reconnecting with the divine. The most profound transformation, perhaps, was in the city's collective consciousness itself. People began to understand that their relationship with the gods did not need to be just one of supplication and fear, but could be a living and dynamic partnership. Rituals are no longer just traditions to be followed and have become opportunities for genuine connection with the sacred. Saphira, realizing that her mission to record the events was almost complete, began preparing her successor. She knew that the changes she had witnessed needed to be preserved not just on parchment, but in the living memory of the people. And so, Byblos settled into his new role as a beacon of spiritual light. Travelers arriving in the city often commented on the feeling of peace and harmony that hung in the air, as if the presence of the gods, manifest on that extraordinary day of ritual, had never truly left. The legacy of sacred marriage has continued to unfold in unexpected ways, reminding everyone that when mortals truly open themselves to the divine, miracles are not only possible, they are inevitable. The scorching sun of the Egyptian desert began to weaken inexplicably. Ra, the mighty sun god, felt his strength diminish as his celestial barge sailed across the sky. Something was wrong, very wrong. The eclipse was not predicted. It should not happen at that moment. In his thousands of years of guiding the Star King through the heavens, he had never experienced such a disturbing sense of vulnerability. His golden eyes, normally radiant like the sun itself, now emanated only a faint glow. Its majestic wings, once resplendent, lost their characteristic brilliance. The great sun god needed to find refuge, and quickly, below their celestial barge. The desert stretched endlessly, punctuated only by a few ancient and mysterious rock formations. It was then that Ra saw an opening in the face of a distant cliff. It was a cave that seemed to call to him as if it had been carved by the gods themselves for this moment. With his last strength, he directed his boat towards that natural shelter, feeling the weight of the eclipse sucking his vital energy every moment. Upon landing at the entrance to the cave, Ra realized that he was not in an ordinary place. The air inside had a different density, full of mysteries and ancient magic. The rocky walls were not simple stone. They were covered in hieroglyphs that seemed to pulse with a light of their own, as if they were alive and aware of their presence. Thoth, his faithful scribe and advisor, materialized at his side, his ibis form standing out in the gloom of the cave. "My lord," he said, his deep voice echoing off the ancient walls. "This place, there is something different here. These hieroglyphics are not like the others I have recorded." Ra approached the inscriptions, his eyes still able to decipher the symbols even in the gathering darkness. What he began to read left him astonished. There, etched in stone, was a story of the creation of the world, unlike anything he knew, unlike the truth he himself had helped establish over the millennia. "How is this possible?" murmured Ra, his hands gently touching the carvings in the rock. "These words, they speak of a time before time, when other gods ruled, when chaos itself had a different form. Meanwhile, in the world above, the unexpected eclipse caused panic among mortals. In the cities and villages of Egypt, priests rushed to the temples, offering desperate prayers and sacrifices. The young priest, Amenemhat, in the great temple of Heliopolis, felt that something deeper was happening. Amenemhat had dedicated his life to the cult of Ra, and his connection to the sun god was stronger than that of most mortals. He could feel his patron deity's suffering, could sense that this was no ordinary eclipse. In his mind, images began to form, visions of an ancient cave and mysterious symbols. In the cave, Ra continued his reading, increasingly disturbed by the revelations he found. Thoth watched silently, his black feathers ruffling at the ancient energy emanating from the walls. The hieroglyphics told stories of forgotten gods, of cosmic battles that had been erased from the world's memory, of truths that could shake the very foundations of the established order. "My lord," Thoth finally spoke, "what do you plan to do with this knowledge? These truths, they could change everything." Ra remained silent for a long moment, his divine form still weakened by the eclipse that continued outside. The decision he needed to make was heavier than the sky itself that he carried in his boat every day. Revealing these truths to mortals could destroy the faith that sustained them, but keeping them hidden would deny the very essence of the truth that he, as God of light, was supposed to represent. As he pondered, he felt a presence approaching the cave. It was a familiar energy, deadly, but connected to him in a unique way. Amenemhat had somehow managed to find his way there, guided by his devotion and the visions Ra had inadvertently shared with him. The young priest stood at the entrance to the cave, his eyes wide at the sight of his god in such a vulnerable state. But there was no fear in his heart, just a deep determination to help, to understand, to serve the truth, whatever it was. Ra observed his devoted servant and saw in him something he had forgotten over the millennia, the ability of mortals to accept and grow with new truths, to evolve in their understanding of the divine. Perhaps, he thought, the cave's revelations need not be an end, but a new beginning. The eclipse was slowly beginning to pass, and with it, some of Ra's forces began to return. But the solar god knew that nothing would be the same as before. The truths found in that mysterious cave would need to be faced, one way or another. And now, with Amenemhat as mortal witness, and Thoth as guardian of knowledge, a new journey was about to begin. The cave walls continued to pulse with their mysterious light, the ancient hieroglyphs holding yet more secrets to be revealed. The fate of Egypt, and perhaps the world itself, would depend on the decisions that would be made in that sacred place, where past and present met in a disturbing and transformative embrace. As Ra contemplated the mysterious hieroglyphics, Amenemhat approached cautiously, his eyes alternating between his weakened god and the ancient inscriptions that covered the walls. The young priest, trained since childhood to read sacred texts, instinctively began to decipher the symbols before him. "My lord," whispered Amenemhat, his voice trembling slightly, "these hieroglyphs, they speak of a time when chaos and order danced together, before the separation of heaven and earth." Thoth inclined his ibis head toward the priest, impressed by his insight. "Yes, young mortal, and there is more, much more." Ra's forces continued to gradually return as the eclipse diminished, but his mind was absorbed in the revelations unfolding before him. The hieroglyphs told a story that defied everything he had established over the millennia. They spoke of a time when other gods, now forgotten, walked among the stars. "See here," Thoth pointed, indicating a particular sequence of symbols. "This passage speaks of none, the primordial ocean, but in a way I have never seen before. It suggests that he was not alone at the beginning of it all." Ra approached, his golden eyes fixed on the symbols. "Yes, I see it now. It speaks of a primitive force, an entity that existed alongside Nun, a cosmic sister." Amenemhat, driven by a mixture of curiosity and sacred duty, began making notes on a small roll of papyrus that he always carried with him. His hands moved quickly, recording every detail he could capture. As they went deeper into the cave, the revelations became more surprising. The hieroglyphs revealed not only an alternative story of creation, but also prophecies about the future, some already fulfilled, others yet to come. "Here," said Ra, his voice thick with concern, "it speaks of a time when the sun would be obscured out of its time, as it happened today. But it is not a simple eclipse. It is a sign." Thoth examined the indicated passage, "a sign that ancient truths will begin to emerge, that the veil between what has been hidden and what is known will begin to unravel." As the three continued their exploration, the air in the cave began to change. A gentle breeze, laden with the scent of lotus and myrrh, blew through the rocky corridors. It was as if the place itself was alive, breathing along with them. Amenemhat noticed something peculiar on one of the walls. "My lords, look. These symbols, they look different from the others. Older, perhaps." Ra and Thoth approached the place indicated by the priest. In fact, those hieroglyphics had a distinct appearance, more primitive, closer to the forces of creation themselves. "These were not made by mortal hands," declared Ra, gently touching the carvings. "They were recorded by time itself, by truth itself." The passage they found spoke of a council of primordial gods, long before Ra's own existence. It spoke of decisions made at the dawn of time, of secrets kept to protect the fragile web of reality. "But protect from what?" questioned Amenemhat, his voice echoing off the ancient walls. Before anyone could respond, a deep sound reverberated through the cave, like a distant drum or the beat of a cosmic heart. The walls began to pulse with their own light, and the hieroglyphs seemed to come to life. Ra, even with his powers not yet fully restored, felt a deep connection with that place. It was as if the cave was trying to communicate something directly with its divine essence. There is something more here, he said, something beyond the words written on the walls. This place is a nexus, a point where different realities touch. Thoth, always the most analytical of the gods, began making his own notes, his black feathers glowing with an unearthly light as he worked. The implications are vast, muttered the scribe god. If these truths were to come to light, the entire structure of our existence could be called into question. Amenemhat, still absorbing everything he saw and heard, realized that his role there was no accident. Somehow, he had been chosen to be a witness to this pivotal moment. My Lord Ra, he said, mustering all his courage, perhaps these truths should not remain hidden. Perhaps it is time for the world to know its own true story. Ra looked at his young priest with a mixture of pride and concern. Your words carry wisdom, Amenemhat, but also great danger. Knowledge is like fire. It can enlighten or destroy. The distant sound continued, now accompanied by a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate from the stones themselves. It was as if the cave responded to the discussion, as if it had its own opinion about what should be done. Thoth, who had wandered off to examine another set of hieroglyphics, suddenly caught the other's attention. I found something, a prophecy about this very moment. Ra and Amenemhat approached quickly, their eyes fixed on the symbols Thoth indicated. The passage spoke of a moment of choice, when the guardian of the light would face his own truth and would have to decide between keeping the old chains or releasing the imprisoned knowledge. The eclipse outside continued to diminish, and with it, Ra's forces gradually returned. But the sun god knew he was faced with a decision that would change not only his destiny, but the destiny of all the realms, divine and mortal. The three remained silent for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts, as the cave continued to pulse around them, guardian of even deeper secrets waiting to be discovered. As the trio contemplated the newly discovered prophecy, a new tremor ran through the cave, more intense than the previous ones. Fragments of rock broke away from the ceiling, dancing in the air before touching the ground. The distant sound that once seemed like a cosmic heart now resembled ancient voices, whispering in a long-forgotten language. Listen, said Thoth, his feathers ruffling. The walls themselves are trying to tell us something. Ra, now with more of his strength restored, closed his golden eyes and focused on the whispers. Little by little, the voices began to make sense, like memories of a time before memory itself. They are the primordial gods, he murmured. Those who came before, they left messages encoded not just in the hieroglyphs, but in the very fabric of this sacred place. Amenemhat, his papyrus scroll almost completely filled with notes, felt a shiver run down his spine. The voices, though incomprehensible to his mortal ears, resonated in his soul with an inexplicable familiarity. There are more symbols forming, Thoth observed, pointing to a previously empty wall. Like magic, new hieroglyphs began to materialize on the rock, shining with their own light before solidifying. The three approached the new inscriptions. These were different from the previous ones, more fluid, more vivid, as if they had been written with liquid light. They spoke of a cosmic balance greater than the simple duality between order and chaos. In the beginning, translated Ra, his voice filled with astonishment, there was no separation between light and darkness, between truth and mystery. All the gods were one, and the one was all. How can this be? Questioned Amenemhat. We have always been taught that the separation of light and darkness was the first act of creation. Thoth, who continued to study the new symbols, interjected, what we know as truth may be just one layer of a much more complex reality. Young priest, as they argued, the light emanating from the hieroglyphs began to intensify, casting a dancing shadows on the cave walls. The shadows, however, did not correspond to their physical forms. They were older, more primordial. See, exclaimed Amenemhat, pointing to his own shadow on the wall. Instead of the silhouette of a young priest, the shadow showed a tall, majestic figure with wings that extended all the way to the ceiling of the cave. Ra observed the phenomenon with interest. The cave is showing us not just what we were, but what we can be, the divine potential that exists in every being, mortal or immortal. A new set of hieroglyphs began to form, this time on the cave floor. They formed a complex circle around the three of them, like a portal or a mystical seal. The ancient voices rose in volume, now almost understandable, even to Amenemhat. It is an invitation, said Thoth, his feathers glowing with an unearthly light. The ancients are offering us more than knowledge. They are offering us direct experience. Ra nodded, understanding. They want us to see for ourselves, not just read about the past, but experience it. The circle of hieroglyphs began to slowly rotate, emanating an ancient and powerful energy. Amenemhat felt his heart quicken. Part of him was terrified, but another part, a deeper and older part, yearned to accept the mystical invitation. My lord, he said to Ra, if this knowledge has been kept so long, there must be a reason, but there must also be a reason why it is revealing itself now. Wise words, replied Ra. Time is like a river, Amenemhat. Sometimes ancient currents rise to the surface, bringing with them long submerged treasures. The circle of hieroglyphics continued its hypnotic movement, and the energy in the cave became increasingly dense. It was as if the air itself was charged with memories, with ancient truths waiting to be rediscovered. Thoth, who had approached the edge of the circle, noticed something peculiar. The symbols, they are telling not just the story of the past, but also possible futures. It's as if this moment, here and now, is a point of convergence. The circle's light intensified, and images began to form in the air above it. Visions of a time before, the separation of heaven and earth, when the gods danced among the stars, and reality was fluid as water. We must decide, Ra said, his voice echoing with divine authority. This portal will not remain open forever. If we want to know the full truth, we must take the next step. Amenemhat, still holding his precious scroll, stepped forward. I am ready, my lord, whatever the price of knowledge. I am willing to pay it. Thoth also stood, his black feathers reflecting the mystical lights that surrounded them. As the keeper of knowledge, I cannot shy away from this opportunity. What we learn here could change everything. Ra looked at his two companions, the scribe god and the young priest, and saw in them the same desire for truth that burned in his own heart. The eclipse outside was almost over, but something told him that his journey was just beginning. The circle of hieroglyphs began to pulse more intensely, as if responding to his silent decision. The ancient voices became clearer, singing in a harmony that seemed to embrace all existence. It was time. The time for simply reading about the past was over. Now they would live it, experience it, and perhaps, in the process, discover truths that would change not only their understanding of the past, but also the course of the future. With a purposeful movement, Ra extended his golden scepter and touched the circle of spinning hieroglyphics. Instantly, a blinding light enveloped the three, and the cave around them began to dissolve like morning mist. The sensation was of being pulled in all directions simultaneously as fragments of ancient memories danced before his eyes. When the light dimmed, they found themselves floating in a vast ocean of pure energy, the primordial none, but unlike anything they knew. There was no separation between water and air, between light and darkness. Everything existed in a state of perfect union. Incredible, Amenemhat whispered, his voice sounding strangely melodious in this primordial realm. His mortal body had been temporarily transformed into something more ethereal, closer to divine nature. Thoth observed everything with his scribe's eyes, absorbing every detail of this ancient reality. See there, he said, indicating shapes moving in the expanse around them. They were the primordial gods, but not as the stories portrayed them. Ra recognized some of the entities, primitive aspects of deities that would later become known by other names. But there were others, beings of such antiquity and power that their mere presence made the fabric of reality ripple. That, said Ra, pointing to a particularly radiant figure, must be Night, the weaver of the universe, but not as we know her. This is her original form. As they watched, a scene began to unfold before them. The primordial gods were gathered in a great council, debating the future of creation. Their voices were the same as they had heard in the whispers of the cave. They are discussing separation, Thoth realized, translating the ancient divine language, the moment when they decided to divide the primordial unity into dualities, light and dark, heaven and earth, order and chaos. Amenemhat, still marveling at his transformed form, noticed something peculiar. Look how reluctant they seem, as if they knew this separation was necessary, but also painful. The scene changed, and they found themselves witnessing the very act of separation. It was breathtaking in its grandeur and terrifying in its finality. The one becoming many, the unity fragmenting into myriads of possibilities. It was here, said Ra, his voice filled with sudden understanding, that I was born. Not as I thought, emerging from the primordial lotus, but as a consequence of this separation. Thoth nodded, his feathers shimmering with reflections of primordial energy. We are all born from this moment, gods, mortals, all creation as we know it. As they watched, they saw something the stories had never mentioned, a group of primordial gods weaving a veil of oblivion, a veil that would cover the memory of this original unity. They did it to protect us, Amenemhat understood. If we constantly remembered the original unity, how could we bear separation? The visions continued to flow around him, showing the evolution of the universe, the formation of the divine and mortal realms, but always with this new understanding of the unity underlying it all. Ra watched his own story unfold from an entirely new perspective. He saw how his role as solar god was not only to illuminate the physical world, but also to keep a spark of that original unity alive in each dawn. The eclipse, he said suddenly, was no accident. It was a calling, a reminder of that primordial unity trying to make itself known again. Thoth began making notes on an ethereal scroll he had materialized. The cycles are completing. What was separated seeks reunion, but not as it was before. Something new is being born. Amenemhat felt a profound change occurring within him. His understanding of the divine, his very nature as a mortal being, everything was being transformed by this experience. But how can I share this? He asked. How do you translate this experience into words that others can understand? The visions began to change again, showing possible futures, some bright, others dark. In all of them, the truth of original unity struggled to express itself through the limitations of divided reality. Perhaps, Thoth suggested, it is not a matter of revealing everything at once. Perhaps knowledge should be like the dawn itself, gradual, gentle, allowing the eyes to adjust to the light. Ra agreed, feeling his own solar nature harmonize with this deeper understanding. Yes, and perhaps this is the true purpose of the eclipse, to remind us that even in apparent darkness, the light is never truly gone. The energy around them began to pulse differently, signaling that their time in this primordial realm was coming to an end. But something had fundamentally changed in each of them. Amenemhat, still in his transformed form, realized that he was taking with him more than memories. He was taking with him a new way of being, a new way of understanding his own divine mortal nature. Thoth had filled his ethereal scroll with symbols that seemed alive, pulsing with the very essence of the truth they had witnessed. And Ra, the powerful sun god, felt both humbler and more complete, understanding that his light was just one of the infinite expressions of that primordial unity. Energies began to condense around them, preparing them for return to the familiar reality of the cave. But everyone knew that nothing would be the same again. Not after what they had witnessed, not after they had glimpsed the truth beyond the veil. The light around the three travelers began to dissipate, and gradually the familiar rocky texture of the cave materialized again. However, the place was no longer just a cave. It now pulsed with a living energy, as if every speck of dust carried within it the memory of the primordial unity they had witnessed. Amenemhat, still adjusting to the return of his mortal form, noticed that the hieroglyphs on the walls had changed, not in its physical form, but in its meaning. Now he could see deeper layers of meaning in each symbol, as if he had learned a new wordless language. The symbols, he murmured, they have always contained this truth, haven't they? We were only reading the surface before. Thoth, materializing his ethereal scroll into a physical scroll, nodded. Each hieroglyph is like a door, Amenemhat. Some open to simple knowledge, others to eternal truths. Ra, now completely restored by the end of the eclipse, emanated a different light, not just the characteristic solar glow, but something more subtle, a radiance that seemed to connect with the very essence of creation. What do we do now? Asked Amenemhat, their voice carrying the weight of the responsibility they felt. How can we honor what we have learned without destabilizing the order that sustains our world? Before anyone could respond, a new sound filled the cave. Not the ancient whispers from before, but a harmony that seemed to emerge from the stones themselves. It was as if the place was answering his question. Listen, said Ra, closing his golden eyes to better perceive the melody. The cave is showing us the way. The harmony took shape, transforming into patterns that Thoth quickly began to record. Their instructions, he explained, his feathers dancing over the papyrus, a method for sharing the truth gradually, like awakening from a deep dream. Amenemhat watched Thoth's records with fascination. The symbols that the scribe god traced seemed to contain their own movement, as if they were alive. Is it a new form of sacred writing? Not new, corrected Thoth. Ancient, the oldest of all, but renewed for our time, like fresh water gushing from an eternal spring. Ra moved through the space of the cave, his steps leaving small trails of light that formed complex patterns on the floor. I see now that my role is not just to carry the sun across the sky, he reflected. It's being a bridge between that primordial unity and the divided reality that we know. The cave walls began to pulse with a rhythm that resembled heartbeats, and new images formed, no longer hieroglyphs, but scenes of the future unfolding before them. They saw temples where new mysteries would be taught, schools where knowledge would be transmitted in ever deeper layers. It is a process of gradual awakening, Amenemhat understood, observing the visions, like a lotus that opens petal by petal. Thoth continued his records, but now included not only symbols, but also detailed instructions for rituals and practices that would help awaken the memory of unity in others. Every being carries this truth within themselves, he explained. Our job is just to help them rediscover it. Ra, who had completed his pattern on the cave floor, now stood at the center of a complex mandala of light. The eclipse was not an end, he declared, but a beginning, a portal between what was forgotten and what is to come. The energy in the cave continued to transform, as if the place itself was adapting to become a nexus between worlds, not just a repository of ancient knowledge, but a living place of continuous transformation. Every dawn will be different now, Ra said, his voice resonating with new authority. Not just physical light, but a daily reminder of the primordial light that never truly went out. Amenemhat felt a change in his very being, no longer just a priest, but a keeper of deeper mysteries. What about the other priests? The temples, they will change too, Thoth replied, finishing his records, not all at once, but like a seed that grows, naturally, inevitably. The walls of the cave began to emanate a golden glow, reflecting the renewed light of Ra. It was time to return to the outside world, but not as they had entered. Each of them now carried not just knowledge, but a fundamental transformation. Remember, said Ra, as they prepared to depart, the truth we discover here is not to be proclaimed from the temple rooftops, but whispered into the hearts of those who are ready to listen. Thoth stored his records in a space between the worlds, where they could be accessed by those with the wisdom to find them. Knowledge will reveal itself at the right time for those who know how to look. Amenemhat took one last look at the cave that had changed his life and his understanding of the divine. The hieroglyphs now seemed to smile at him, like old friends guarding shared secrets. Together, they emerged from the cave into a world that looked the same, but which their eyes now saw completely differently. The sun shone in the sky with its usual splendor, but each ray seemed to tell a story older than time itself. And so, a new era began, not with proclamations or great visible changes, but with a silent transformation that, like the waters of the Nile, would continue to nourish and transform everything it touched, carrying in its depths the echo of that primordial unity that never truly ceased to exist. In the heart of the Arizona desert, where red rock formations stood like silent guardians against the turquoise sky, lived Nina Begay, a 17-year-old Navajo weaver. Her agile hands moved with grace on the traditional loom inherited from her grandmother, while the morning sun penetrated through the cracks in the window of her small adobe house on the reservation. Nina had grown up hearing the ancient stories of her people, especially those about Spider-Woman, the divine weaver who had taught the Navajo the sacred art of weaving. As she worked on her latest rug, her fingers danced between the threads, creating patterns that told ancient stories in a language of symbols and colors. In recent weeks, however, something was different. Nina noticed a growing unrest in the community. The elders spoke of troubled dreams, fragmented visions that made no sense. Her own grandmother, Sophia, a respected storyteller and weaver, had commented that people were losing their connection to the sacred dreams that had guided the Navajo people for generations. Dreams are the bridge between our world and the world of spirits, Sophia always said, her wrinkled hands stroking the strands of wool as she spoke. When that bridge starts to collapse, the entire balance is threatened. Nina noticed that her own dreams were becoming confused and hazy, like a carpet whose patterns had been blurred by the rain. Sometimes he woke up feeling like something important had been lost, a crucial message slipping through his fingers like fine sand. It was on a full moon night that everything changed. Nina was sitting at her loom, working late, when the shadows in the corner of the room began to move. Strangely, from the dark, a figure emerged that made his heart stop. A tall, elegant woman with black hair that seemed to weave itself into impossible patterns. Her eyes shone like ancient stars, and her skin was the rich hue of desert earth. You know me, Nina Bigay, the figure said, her voice sounding like thousands of threads being woven simultaneously. I am the one who taught your people to weave. Nina felt her knees weaken, but she stood firm. Spider Woman, she whispered, instantly recognizing the divine presence before her. Dreams are falling apart, Spider Woman continued, moving around the room as if floating. The stories that hold the world together are unraveling like loosely tied fabric. I need your help to restore balance. Nina watched in fascination as Spider Woman reached out a hand, and out of nowhere, silver threads began to materialize, weaving into complex patterns in the air. The Hopi, their neighbors, also feel the disturbance. Dreams are shared by all people, even if each one sees them differently. The mention of the Hopi made Nina think of her friend Cody, a young Hopi she had met at an intertribal festival. He had also mentioned something about disturbed dreams in their last conversation. Why me? Nina asked, her voice shaking slightly. There are weavers much more experienced than me. Spider Woman smiled, and her smile contained all the wisdom of the desert. You have the gift of seeing beyond the norm, Nina. Your hands don't just weave threads, but stories and dreams, and most importantly, your heart is open to learning. As she spoke, Spider Woman began to weave a pattern in the air that Nina had never seen before. It was complex and multidimensional, seeming to shift and transform as she watched. This is the dream pattern, the deity explained. It is unraveling, and with it, the very fabric of reality begins to disintegrate. Nina felt a shiver run down her spine as she realized the gravity of the situation. These weren't just bad dreams or ordinary nightmares. It was something much deeper and more dangerous. You will need to learn ancient weaving techniques, Spider Woman continued. Techniques that have been forgotten over time. You will need to travel between the physical and spiritual worlds and work with others who have also been chosen for this task. The young weaver looked at her own hands, calloused from constant work with the threads. He thought of his grandmother, of her stories, of everything that her people had preserved through the centuries. What will happen if we can't fix the dreams? He asked. Without dreams, people lose their direction, their connection to the sacred. Spider Woman replied, her voice now thick with concern. Without dreams, stories die. And without stories, who are we? Nina felt the weight of responsibility fall on her shoulders, but also a growing determination. His entire life had been preparation for this moment. Every story heard, every pattern learned, every thread woven. I'm going to need Cody's help, she said, thinking of her Hopi friend, and my grandmother's. Spider Woman nodded approvingly. Wisdom comes from many sources, and this journey is not meant to be taken alone. But remember, Nina, time is running out. Dreams continue to unravel, and with them, the very fabric of reality begins to unravel. With those words, Spider Woman began to dissolve into the shadows, leaving behind only a silvery glow in the air and new knowledge burning in Nina's heart. The young weaver looked at her loom, at the unfinished work in front of her, and knew that her life had changed forever. From that night onwards, every thread he wove would be part of something much bigger, an attempt to save not just dreams, but the very essence of what made his people, and all people, who they were. The next morning, Nina woke up to the first rays of sunlight, her hands still tingling with the memory of their nighttime encounter. The loom remained exactly where it was, but the threads seemed different now, as if they emanated a subtle energy that she hadn't noticed before. Without wasting time, he got dressed and walked to his grandmother Sophia's house, who lived on the other side of the reservation. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of sage and juniper. As she walked, Nina noticed how the colors of the desert seemed more intense, the red of the rocks deeper, the blue of the sky more vibrant. It was as if his eyes had been opened to a new dimension of reality. Sophia sat on her porch, her hands busy with a smaller loom. Upon seeing her granddaughter approaching, the old woman stopped her work, her penetrating gaze studying Nina's face. "You saw her, didn't you?" he asked without preamble, surprising Nina. "How did you—" Nina began, but her grandmother just smiled. The signs had been there for weeks. The disturbances in dreams, the patterns changing on their own in fabrics. Spider Woman carefully chooses her apprentices, Sophia explained, gesturing for Nina to sit beside her. Nina told her grandmother about the previous night's meeting, about the dream pattern and the mission entrusted to her. Sophia listened intently, her wrinkled fingers continuing to work at the threads as she took in every word. "I need to find Cody," Nina said after finishing her report. "Something tells me he's part of it too." Sophia nodded. "The Hopi have always been our spiritual brothers. Their stories are intertwined with ours, like threads in the same fabric." The old woman got up and entered her house, returning moments later with a small package wrapped in an old cloth. "This belonged to my grandmother, and her grandmother before that," Sophia said, unwrapping the package to reveal a set of finely carved weaving tools. They are sacred tools, made to weave not just threads, but dreams and stories. Nina picked up the tools reverently, feeling their ancient energy. "How do I find Cody? The last time I saw him was at the festival months ago." "The Hopi live on the mesas, to the north," Sophia replied. "But the journey there will not be simple. The paths between our people are both physical and spiritual." That afternoon, Nina prepared for the trip. He filled his backpack with water, food, the sacred tools, and some threads that his grandmother insisted he take. "These were dyed with sacred plants," Sophia explained. "They will help strengthen your connection to the spiritual world." While saying goodbye to her grandmother, Nina noticed something strange in the sky. The clouds seemed to form impossible patterns, weaving and unraveling as if they were threads on a celestial loom. "The signals are getting stronger," Sophia murmured. "Time is truly running out." Nina borrowed her uncle's old pickup truck and headed toward Hopi territory. The road wound through the desert, passing rock formations that looked like silent sentinels, guarding ancient secrets. As he drove, he began to notice subtle changes in the landscape, shadows that moved unnaturally, colors that pulsed with a life of their own. At a particularly lonely moment on the road, Nina saw something that made her stop abruptly. At the edge of the asphalt, a huge spider web glowed with a silvery glow, despite there being no direct sunlight on it. In the center of the web, the threads formed a pattern she recognized from her grandmother's loom, an ancient symbol representing the connection between the worlds. Getting out of the car, Nina approached the web. Spider-Woman's words echoed in his mind. Dreams are falling apart. Looking closer, he noticed that parts of the web seemed to be dissolving into thin air, as if reality itself was crumbling at the edges. A familiar sound caught his attention, the flapping of a raven's wings. The blackbird landed next to the web, its glowing eyes fixed on Nina. In Navajo tradition, ravens were often messengers between the worlds. The bird tilted its head as if studying her, before letting out a caw that seemed to reverberate unnaturally. Are you here to guide me too? Nina asked aloud, feeling a little foolish for talking to a bird. To her surprise, the raven hopped closer, and for a moment, she could have sworn she saw weaving patterns reflected in its black feathers. Acting on impulse, Nina took one of the sacred threads from her backpack. The moment she held it up to the light, the crow took flight, but didn't leave. Instead, it began to fly in circles above her head, as if expecting her to follow. Nina returned to the truck and followed the bird, which was flying low enough to remain visible. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with impossible colors, colors that seemed to come from another world. The shadows lengthened strangely, and sometimes Nina thought she saw shapes weaving at the edges of her vision. After a while, the raven led her off the main road, onto a dirt path that wound between the rock formations. As they advanced, Nina began to feel a change in the air, a different density, as if she were passing through invisible layers of reality. On the horizon, Hopi mesas began to appear, their majestic silhouettes silhouetted against the twilight sky. Nina knew that, somewhere there, Cody was waiting, even if he didn't know it yet. The work of reconnecting her dreams was just beginning, and each mile traveled took her deeper into a world where the line between the physical and the spiritual became increasingly blurred. The raven guided Nina to an ancient trail that wound along the side of the Hopi Mesa. The sun had already completely set, leaving only a purple glow on the horizon. The stars were beginning to appear, but there was something different about their familiar pattern. They seemed to move and regroup, as if they too were being woven together by invisible hands. Parking the truck in a safe place, Nina grabbed her backpack and began climbing the trail on foot. The crow continued to fly overhead, occasionally perching on nearby rocks to wait for her. The air was thicker now, charged with an energy that made the hairs on his arms stand up. As she climbed, Nina began to notice strange little details around her. Plants that wouldn't normally grow in the desert sprouted among the rocks, their flowers emitting a soft glow in the darkness. The stones themselves seemed to pulse with a life of their own, their natural patterns moving as if they were liquid. Suddenly, the crow let out a loud caw and dove toward an opening in the rock that Nina hadn't noticed before. Approaching cautiously, she discovered a small natural cave. On the wall opposite the entrance, ancient cave paintings glowed with a light of their own. Spider figures, geometric patterns, and symbols that seemed to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Nina? A familiar voice startled her. Turning around, she found Cody standing at the cave entrance, his silhouette silhouetted against the starry sky. He seemed simultaneously surprised and relieved to see her. Cody, I knew I'd find you here, Nina said, feeling a wave of relief. Have you seen the changes too? The young Hopi nodded gravely. The dreams are different. The stories are being lost. The elders are worried. He paused, studying Nina's face. You were chosen too, weren't you? Nina told Cody about her encounter with Spider-Woman and her mission. As he spoke, he took out of his backpack the sacred threads that his grandmother had given him. The moment the threads were exposed to the cave air, they began to glow softly, their colors changing and adapting to the patterns on the walls. Last night, Cody said, I dreamed of a giant web that covered the entire world. But the web was unraveling, and each strand that broke took with it a story, a memory, a part of who we are. As they talked, the two young men noticed that the cave paintings in the cave seemed to respond to their presence, the patterns moving more intensely. Cody approached one of the walls, his fingers lightly tracing a complex circular symbol. This is a sacred Hopi symbol, he explained. It represents the journey between the worlds. My grandfather taught me that there are passages, portals between the physical and spiritual worlds, but you need to know how to find them, and more importantly, how to navigate them. Nina took the old weaving tools out of her backpack. My grandmother said these were made to weave not just threads, but dreams and stories. Cody examined the tools reverently. I recognize some of these symbols. They appear in our own sacred stories. He paused, thoughtful. Nina, I think I know why we need to work together. The Navajo and Hopi have always been keepers of different aspects of sacred knowledge. Maybe it takes both of them to fix what's broken. A sudden movement caught their attention. The crow had returned, carrying something that glowed in its beak. He dropped a small object that appeared to be made of silver and turquoise at their feet, a ring with the design of a spider. It's a sign, Cody muttered. We need to start now. Nina took the ring, and the moment she put it on, she felt an immediate shift in her perception. The cave walls seemed to become translucent, revealing layers upon layers of reality behind them. She could see the threads that connected all things, trees, rocks, animals, the air itself, woven into an infinitely complex pattern. Do you see this? She asked Cody, who nodded, his eyes wide with astonishment. It's the fabric of reality, he replied. And look, there. He pointed to a spot where the threads appeared frayed and broken, creating a dark hole in the pattern. Nina took out her weaving tools and one of the sacred threads. Instinctively, I knew what I needed to do. His hands began to move with a skill that went beyond his normal training, weaving threads not into physical air, but into the very fabric of reality. Cody began to sing softly in Hopi, an ancient song that seemed to guide Nina's movements. As she wove, the glowing threads intertwined with the threads of reality, filling in the empty spaces, reconnecting what was broken. But something was wrong. The more Nina weaved, the more holes seemed to appear in other places. It was like trying to mend fabric that was falling apart faster than it could be repaired. We need help, Cody said, interrupting his chanting. This is bigger than both of us. At this moment, the floor of the cave began to tremble slightly, and a familiar voice echoed from the walls. You are not alone. Spider-Woman emerged from the shadows, but this time she wasn't alone. With her was a figure Cody recognized immediately. Kokopelli, the mythical Hopi flutist, carrying his signature flute and a bundle on his back. The work of reconnecting dreams requires more than just weaving, said Spider-Woman. It requires music, dance, stories, all the ways the sacred manifests itself in the world. Nina and Cody looked at each other, understanding that their journey was just beginning. The night had just begun, and with it, the true magnitude of their task began to reveal itself. The light of the crescent moon bathed the cave as Kokopelli raised his flute to his lips. The first notes floated in the air, intertwining with the threads that Nina continued to weave. The music seemed to give the patterns a life of their own, making them dance and pulse with an ancient rhythm. Music is the language of dreams, Kokopelli explained, pausing briefly. When we weave and sing together, we create bridges between worlds. Spider-Woman moved through the cave, her fingers touching the walls where ancient symbols glowed. Every symbol is a story, every story is a dream, and every dream is a thread in the great web of reality, she said, her voice echoing with ancient wisdom. Nina realized that her hands were now moving in sync with Kokopelli's music. The sacred threads that his grandmother had given him seemed to respond to the melody, shining more brightly at the moments when the flute reached certain notes. Cody continued his Hopi chant, his voice harmonizing perfectly with the flute. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through the cave, bringing with it whispers of ancient voices. The shadows on the walls came to life, projecting images of people dancing, weaving, telling stories, scenes from times gone by when dreams still flowed freely between worlds. Look, Cody exclaimed, pointing to a corner of the cave where an opening had formed. Through it, they could see another place, a realm where dreams took physical form. Creatures made of light and shadow danced in the air, weaving complex patterns with their movements. The portal of dreams, Spider-Woman said. Through it, we may be able to reach the source of the imbalance. But we must be careful. In the dream realm, nothing is quite as it seems. Nina felt the spider ring on her finger, pulse, as if responding to the proximity of the portal. Kokopelli adjusted the melody of his flute, creating a sound that seemed to stabilize the opening, preventing it from closing. We need to go inside, Nina said, her voice firm despite the fear she felt. It's the only way to fully understand what's going on with dreams. Cody took his hand, and together they approached the portal. Spider-Woman followed them, her movements fluid like silk in the wind. Kokopelli continued playing, but now he moved with them, his music serving as an anchor in the physical world. As they passed through the portal, the world around them transformed. They were in a place where the sky was a kaleidoscope of impossible colors, where trees grew upside down and their leaves were made of stars. In the air, strands of light intersected in complex patterns, forming a gigantic web that seemed to stretch to infinity. The Great Web, Spider-Woman whispered, the original pattern that connects all dreams, all stories, all realities. Nina could now see where the web was unraveling. Black holes spread throughout the structure, like wounds in living tissue. Through these holes, glimpses of nightmares escaped, distorted shapes, primordial fears. pure chaos. What's causing this? Cody asked, his voice strained as he watched the destruction. As if in answer to his question, a massive shadow moved deep within the web. It was a creature made of darkness and oblivion, its claws scratching at the threads of reality, deliberately unraveling them. The Dream Eater, Spider-Woman explained, her voice thick with concern. An ancient being who feeds on forgotten stories and lost dreams. The more people disconnect from their traditions and dreams, the stronger he becomes. Nina gripped her weaving tools, feeling their ancient power. How can we stop him with the same power that has always protected our people? Cocopelli replied, his flute never stopping. Through stories, music, art, every time we tell an ancient story, every time we weave a sacred pattern, every time we sing a traditional song, we strengthen the web. Cody began to sing louder, his voice carrying the stories of his people. Nina realized that she could see the words of her song taking physical form, weaving themselves into the web like golden threads. Cocopelli intensified his music, and each note turned into a thread of light that reinforced the structure. Nina began to weave, not with physical threads, but with the very essence of dreams. His hands moved with ancient wisdom, guided by both his training and the energy of the spider ring. Each movement created new patterns that glowed with a life of their own. The Dream Eater noticed their presence and turned on them, its black claws cutting through the air. But wherever he tried to destroy, Nina wove, Cody sang, and Cocopelli played. Spider-Woman moved among them, her own silver threads reinforcing everyone's work. Remember, said Spider-Woman, each dream is connected to another. Each story touches many others. The web is not just a pattern, it is a network of meanings, of memories, of interconnected lives. As they worked, Nina began to see other figures emerging at the edges of her vision. Navajo and Hopi ancestors, keepers of stories of all peoples, each contributing their own strength to the repair of the web. The Dream Eater roared in frustration as its efforts were constantly undone by the combination of weaving, music, and singing. But the battle was far from over, and Nina knew they would need something more to truly restore the balance. It was then that she remembered her grandmother's words about sacred tools. They were made to weave not just threads, but dreams and stories. Looking more closely at the tools in her hands, Nina began to see symbols that she had not noticed before, symbols that seemed to shine with a light of their own in the realm of dreams. Nina studied the symbols on the ancient tools, recognizing patterns that her grandmother had taught her, and others that seemed to awaken ancient memories deep within her. Each symbol told a different story, and together they formed a sacred language that transcended time. The symbols, she said aloud, are keys. His fingers traced one of the patterns in the air, and to his surprise, the symbol remained suspended, glowing with its own light. Spider-Woman approached, her eyes shining with approval. The ancients always knew that symbols carry power. Each one is a portal to a story, a memory, a dream. Cody intensified his chanting, incorporating ancient words that described sacred Hopi symbols. Cocopelli adjusted his melody to harmonize with the new rhythm, and the sounds seemed to give even more strength to the symbols that Nina continued to weave in the air. The Dream Eater charged at them again, but this time Nina was prepared. With precise movements, she began to weave the symbols into a complex circular pattern, a shield of interconnected stories and dreams. Each symbol glowed with a different light, red like the desert at sunset, blue like the summer sky, golden like ripe corn. The colors, exclaimed Cody, recognizing the meaning. Each color is sacred. Each one tells its own story. The Yelver's shadow creature retreated before the glow of the symbols, but did not give up. Its black claws continued to tear the web around them, creating more holes through which the nightmares escaped. It was then that Nina realized something crucial. We can't just fight him, she said, her hands still moving in the air. We need to understand why it exists. Each shadow has its own story. Spider-Woman nodded, her ancient eyes shining with wisdom. The Devourer was born from oblivion, from the fear of losing who we are. He is both destroyer and guardian, destroying to preserve what remains. Nina put down her tools and took a step forward toward the shadow creature. Cody tried to stop her, but she gently pushed his hand away. Trust me, he whispered. Faced with the Dream Eater, Nina began to weave, not to attack or defend, but to tell a story. The story of her own people, of how they survived through the ages, keeping their traditions alive. His fingers moved with grace, creating patterns that spoke of resistance, of adaptation, of hope. Cody understood what she was doing and added her voice to the weaving, singing Hopi stories of preservation and renewal. Cocopelli played softly, his music now more melancholy, acknowledging the pain of loss and the joy of rediscovery. The Dream Eater stopped his attack, seemingly mesmerized by the combination of stories being woven before him. Their shadowy forms began to change, revealing glimpses of all the stories they had consumed over the ages, not out of malice, but out of a desperate desire to preserve them from total oblivion. You don't have to destroy to preserve, Nina said softly to the creature. We can help keep stories alive in another way. Spider-Woman approached the Devourer, her own silver threads gently reaching towards him. There's room in the web for all stories, even the dark ones. It's the balance that keeps the world turning. Slowly, the Dream Eater began to transform. His shadows dissolved, revealing an older form, a keeper of forgotten stories, a preserver of lost memories. The stories I had consumed began to flow back into the web, but now in a different, more integrated way. Nina continued weaving, creating new patterns that incorporated both light and shadow, reminding everyone that every story has its moments of darkness and light. Cody and Cocopelli kept pace, their voices and music creating a harmonic framework for the new fabric of reality. As they worked together, the holes in the web began to close, not just with patches, but with new patterns that were stronger than the last. Old stories intertwined with new ones, creating a living tapestry of human and divine experience. The work doesn't end here, Spider-Woman said, watching with satisfaction as the web grew stronger. Each generation needs to learn to weave again, to tell stories in its own way. Nina looked at her hands, now glowing with the energy of the sacred symbols. I will teach others, she promised. The ancient techniques, the symbols, the stories, all of that needs to continue. Cody smiled, his voice still carrying the last notes of an old song. Our people have always known that stories are alive. Now we know that they also need guardians. The former devourer, now transformed into the guardian of lost stories, bowed in acknowledgement before dissolving into the web, becoming part of it. No longer a force of destruction, but a protector of the deepest memories. When they finally returned through the portal to the physical cave, the sun was rising, painting the desert with colors that seemed even more vibrant than before. Nina could now see the invisible threads that connected all things, no longer as a frightening sight, but as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. This is just the beginning, Spider-Woman said, her form beginning to dissolve in the dawn light. Keep weaving, singing, telling stories. This is how we keep dreams alive. Cocopelli played one last note on his flute before he too disappeared, leaving a melody in the air that seemed to echo between the worlds. Nina and Cody found themselves alone in the cave, but carrying with them knowledge and a responsibility that would change their lives forever. Together, they walked out of the cave into the new day, knowing that their work as guardians of dreams was just beginning. In his hands, the ancient weaving tools glowed softly, ready to weave new stories into the great pattern of existence. The wind howled through the twisted branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree, as Loki crept through its ancient branches. His dark robes blended into the shadows, and his green eyes shone with the characteristic malice that had made him famous among gods and mortals alike. The god of mischief had planned this moment for centuries, patiently awaiting the perfect opportunity to execute his most audacious plan, stealing the sacred fire of the gods. Asgard's eternal fire was not a simple source of heat and light. It was the very essence of divine knowledge, kept under constant surveillance in the deepest hall of Odin's palace. Loki knew that the guards would switch shifts, just as Heimdall, the all-powerful vigilante, would be forced to momentarily divert his attention to deal with a small distraction he himself had orchestrated on the borders of Jotunheim. Gliding like a shadow through the golden halls of Asgard, Loki allowed a sarcastic smile to form on his thin lips. The Aesir always underestimated him, treating him as a mere troublemaker, a buffoon of the heavenly court. Little did they know that every mischief, every little chaos he caused, was just a rehearsal for this moment. The Hall of Sacred Fire was guarded by 2 Valkyries, their armor gleaming in the light of the eternal torches. Loki took the form of Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, an illusion he had perfected over the years. My sisters, he spoke in the melodious voice of the goddess. Odin summons your immediate presence in the great hall. Urgent matters concerning Ragnarok. The Valkyries only hesitated for a moment before bowing and hastily departing. Loki almost laughed at how easily his bait worked. The mere mention of Ragnarok always caused a stir among the inhabitants of Asgard. As soon as the guards disappeared, he resumed his form and walked through the heavy golden doors. The sacred fire burned on a crystal altar in the center of the circular hall, its blue flames dancing in a hypnotic rhythm. Loki approached cautiously, feeling the ancient power emanating from the flames. As he stretched out his hands to capture a portion of the fire in a specially prepared container, something unexpected happened. The flames responded to his touch, not with hostility, but with a kind of recognition. An ethereal voice, ancient as the cosmos itself, echoed in his mind. Child of two worlds, bringer of chaos, at last you have come. Loki froze, his hands shaking slightly. In all his meticulous plans, in all his machinations, he had never considered that fire could be more than a source of power, that it could have a consciousness of its own. You seek knowledge, the voice continued, but you're not prepared for the truths I carry. Truths about the 9 worlds, about the gods you serve and despise, about your own destiny. A shiver ran down Loki's spine. The flames danced before him, casting shadows that seemed to tell stories on the walls of the room. Visions began to form in the fire, fragments of the past, present, and future, woven together in a tapestry of light and movement. Show me, Loki whispered, his thirst for knowledge momentarily overcoming his usual caution. The flames intensified, and he saw glimpses of events that left him stunned. Odin making dark pacts with entities beyond the understanding of the gods. Thor facing a force that not even his mighty hammer could stop, and himself at the center of a firestorm that consumed the 9 worlds. The sound of distant footsteps brought him back to reality. With quick and precise movements, Loki captured a portion of the sacred fire in his enchanted container. But something had changed. The fire was no longer just a prize to be stolen, but a riddle that promised answers to questions he didn't even know he had. As he escaped through the halls of Asgard, transforming into different forms to avoid detection, Loki felt the weight of his newfound knowledge. The fire in his hands pulsed like a living heart, whispering secrets that threatened to crumble everything he thought he knew about the gods, about Ragnarok, and about his own role in the fate of the 9 worlds. In his hiding place, deep within Yggdrasil, where the branches of the world tree intertwined with the shadows of the void, Loki gazed upon the captured fire. Its flames still danced with the same hypnotic intensity, but now they seemed to carry a greater weight, the weight of choice. What other secrets do you keep? He murmured to the flames, watching how they responded to his voice, forming complex patterns that seemed to want to tell stories as old as time itself. The god of mischief found himself at a crossroads he had never anticipated. What had started as another of his schemes to sow chaos and increase his power had turned into something much bigger. The flames were not just a tool for their power plays. They were a key to truths that could either save or destroy the 9 worlds. And so, as the eternal night of Yggdrasil enveloped him, Loki realized that his true test would not be the theft of the sacred fire, but the choices he would have to make with the knowledge the flames were about to reveal. The fate of the 9 worlds could very well depend on the decisions of someone who has always prided himself on not following any rules. Deep within his refuge in Yggdrasil, Loki gazed intently at the dancing flames of the sacred fire. The bluish glow illuminated his face, reflecting a mixture of fascination and apprehension in his green eyes. The first words the fire had shared with him in the hall of Asgard still echoed in his mind, triggering an uneasiness he rarely experienced. "Show me more," he whispered to the flames, leaning over the enchanted container. The fire responded immediately, its blue tongues writhing and forming images that seemed both solid and ethereal. In the dance of flames, Loki saw scenes that made him question everything he believed he knew about the gods and himself. The visions revealed Odin in his early days, not as the wise All-Father, but as a power-hungry young god making dark deals with ancient entities who inhabited the spaces between the worlds. He saw how the All-Father's knowledge and power were built on sacrifices and betrayals that rivaled his own exploits. "Interesting," muttered Loki, a wry smile forming on his lips. "Then the great Odin is not as different from me as he likes to appear." But the fire had not finished its revelations. The flames changed shape, showing Thor in the near future, his mighty Mjolnir failing against a force that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of reality. The fire spoke again in his mind, its ancient voice carrying the weight of eons. "The Ragnarok you fear is not what it seems. The prophecies have been misinterpreted, distorted by time and fear. The role you must play, child of chaos, is more complex than destruction or salvation." Loki felt a shiver run down his spine. The flames showed him visions of himself in multiple possible paths. In one, he led the forces of chaos against Asgard, fulfilling the prophecy everyone expected of him. In another, he became an unlikely protector of the nine worlds, using his knowledge and cunning to prevent a catastrophe greater than Ragnarok itself. "Why show me this?" he questioned, his voice betraying a rare vulnerability. "Why trust these secrets to someone known for his treachery?" "Because only someone who truly understands chaos can recognize the pattern within it," the fire replied. "You, who walk between the worlds, who are neither Aesir nor Jotun through and through, possess the only perspective capable of seeing beyond the lies that sustain the current order." The flames grew, showing a complex web of events and decisions that intertwined across the nine worlds. Loki saw how small, seemingly insignificant actions could trigger monumental consequences. His own antics over the centuries had, unbeknownst to him, altered the course of crucial events. "The true danger," the fire continued, "does not come from the frost giants or the wolf Fenrir. It comes from stagnation, from the refusal to accept necessary change. The gods, in their fear of Ragnarok, have created the very conditions for their downfall." As he absorbed these revelations, Loki heard movement in the upper branches of Yggdrasil. Quickly, he hid the sacred fire and took the form of a small bird, just in time to see an Einherjar patrol passing close to his hiding place. His absence and the theft of fire should have already been noticed in Asgard. Returning to his original form after the warriors passed, Loki turned his attention to the flames. "What choice do I have then? Continue as the villain everyone expects me to be, or risk everything for a truth that no one wants to hear?" The fire danced gently, its flames forming patterns reminiscent of ancient runes. The choice was always yours, Loki. That's why you were able to steal from me, because deep down, you always knew there was more at stake than simple mischief and revenge. Loki leaned back against one of Yggdrasil's branches, his mind working furiously to process everything he had learned. The implications were enormous, not just for him, but for all 9 worlds. If what the fire showed was true, then the very foundations of the cosmic order were built on lies and half-truths. A slow smile began to form on his face, not his usual sarcastic smile, but something more complex, more determined. If there was one thing Loki was truly a master of, it was using the truth as a weapon, finding the little chinks in the armor of reality and exploiting them for his own ends. Very well, he said, standing up and adjusting his robes. If I must choose between being the destroyer everyone fears or the savior no one expects, why not be both? His words carried the weight of a decision made, but also the lightness characteristic of someone who delights in the complexity of a new game. The sacred fire crackled in response, as if approving his reasoning. The flames projected one last series of images, intertwining paths, possibilities that branched like the branches of Yggdrasil themselves. Loki watched intently, his mind already weaving plans within plans, preparing for what would be perhaps his greatest trick, using the truth to save those who had always considered him a liar. With the newfound knowledge weighing heavily on his mind, Loki began to move through the branches of Yggdrasil with renewed purpose. The sacred fire, safely stored in its enchanted container, continued to whisper ancient truths, each revelation more disturbing than the last. As he moved among the shadows of the world tree, Loki noticed movement nearby. The search for him had intensified. He could feel Heimdall's presence, trying to locate his position, the Guardian's gaze penetrating through the layers of reality that made up the 9 worlds. They don't understand what is really at stake, he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible among the whisper of the eternal winds that coursed through Yggdrasil. The sacred fire responded with a brief flash, as if agreeing with his observation. Deciding he needed a safer place to fully understand the revelations of fire, Loki went to one of his most secret hideaways, a cave deep within Nidavellir, the kingdom of the dwarves. It was a place that not even Heimdall knew, protected by enchantments as old as the 9 worlds themselves. Upon arriving at the cave, Loki began to mentally organize all the information that the fire had shared. Visions of Odin making dark pacts, Thor facing an unknown force, and the true nature of Ragnarok. Everything connected in a complex pattern that was only now beginning to make sense. Show me more about these pacts of Odin, he asked the fire, which immediately responded with a new series of visions. In the flames, Loki saw young Odin sacrificing not only his eye for knowledge, but also making deals with entities that inhabited the empty spaces between the worlds, beings that the gods themselves feared to mention. So the All-Father built his kingdom on foundations darker than any of my antics, mused Loki, a wry smile playing on his lips. The images continued to unfold, showing how these ancient pacts had begun to deteriorate, threatening the very fabric of reality. The fire then showed him something even more disturbing. The entities with which Odin had made agreements were storming out, dissatisfied with the direction that the nine worlds had taken. It was they, not the frost giants or the forces of chaos, who represented the true threat to the cosmos. That's why Thor won't be able to stop them with his hammer, Loki understood. You cannot combat the very forces that sustain reality with brute force. As he pondered these revelations, Loki felt a familiar presence approaching his refuge. Quickly, he hid the sacred fire and prepared himself for what he knew would be an inevitable encounter. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows, Sigyn, his wife, the only person in all nine worlds who had always remained by his side. I knew I'd find you here, she said, her eyes shining with a mix of concern and determination. All of Asgard is in an uproar over the theft of the sacred fire. Loki studied Sigyn's face for a moment, considering how much he should reveal. She had always been his most trusted confidant, but the truths he now possessed were too heavy even to share with her. What did you discover, Loki? Sigyn asked, approaching. I see in your eyes that this is different from your usual antics. What I have discovered, he replied carefully, may either save or destroy everything we know. The nine worlds are in greater danger than anyone knows, and not in the way the prophecies suggest. Sigyn nodded slowly, understanding the seriousness in her husband's voice. And do you plan to use this knowledge to help or to cause more chaos? Perhaps the matter is not that simple, Loki replied, allowing some of the sacred fire to manifest. The flames danced between them, casting shadows that told silent stories on the cave walls. Sometimes you have to embrace chaos to preserve order. As he explained to Sigyn what he had discovered, Loki began to formulate a plan. If the ancient entities were truly awakening, perhaps there was a way to use their own prophesied role in Ragnarok to prevent an even greater catastrophe. I'll need your help, he finally told Sigyn. What I intend to do will seem crazy to everyone, but it is the only possible path. Sigyn held his hand, her touch conveying all the trust she had always placed in him. I will be by your side, as I always have been. But Loki, be careful. You're playing with forces beyond even your understanding. That is exactly why I must act, he replied, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. Because I'm the only one who understands that sometimes you have to break the world to save it. The sacred fire crackled in approval, its flames forming patterns that suggested unexplored paths and possibilities. Loki knew time was short. Soon, the forces of Asgard would find him, and the ancient entities would continue their inexorable awakening. With Sigyn by his side and the power of sacred fire in his hands, Loki began to plot the first steps of his most audacious plan, a plot that would require all his cunning, and that, if successful, could rewrite the very destiny of the nine worlds. Deep within Nidavellir, Loki and Sigyn worked tirelessly to shape the plan that could save or doom the nine worlds. The sacred fire continued to reveal secrets, each new piece of knowledge adding layers of complexity to the plot Loki was weaving. The dwarves have always been masters at forging not only weapons, but destinies, murmured Loki, his fingers gliding over ancient runes etched into the cave walls. We'll need your help with what comes next. Sigyn watched as her husband worked, recognizing in his movements the same focused energy that preceded his greatest tricks. What exactly do you intend to forge here? Not a weapon, replied Loki, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips, but a key capable of opening or closing the ancient doors that Odin left ajar with his pacts. Sacred fire crackled in the enchanted vessel, projecting visions of the ancient entities that roiled in the spaces between the worlds. Loki had understood that he could not face them directly. It would be necessary to use his own nature against them. The entities feed on chaos and change, he explained to Sigyn, but they are also bound by patterns and cycles. Ragnarok is not just a prophecy of destruction, it is a necessary cycle of renewal that they themselves helped to create. As he spoke, Loki began to trace complex patterns in the air, using sacred fire to materialize his thoughts. The flames danced at his command, forming a web of possibilities and consequences that stretched across the 9 worlds. If I can convince everyone that I am fulfilling my prophesied role, that of Herald of Ragnarok, I may actually be setting a bigger trap, he continued. The entities will expect me to cause destruction, but instead, you will use chaos to create a new order, Sigyn added, beginning to understand the magnitude of her husband's plan. At this moment, a tremor ran through Yggdrasil, causing even the depths of Nidavellir to shudder. Loki and Sigyn exchanged worried glances. The awakening of the ancient entities was accelerating. We must act quickly, said Loki, putting away the sacred fire and preparing to leave. First stop, the dwarven halls. Afterwards, I'll need you to take a message to Thor. Thor? Asked Sigyn, surprised. He's the first one who will try to capture you. Exactly, Loki replied with a sly smile. And when he comes after me, I will be taking the first step of my plan. Thor has always been predictable in his righteousness, and it is precisely that predictability that we need now. The two moved quickly through the dark tunnels of Nidavellir, avoiding the patrols of dwarves who had surely already been alerted to the theft of the sacred fire. Loki could feel Heimdall's presence, trying to penetrate the magical wards that hid his location. Arriving at an old abandoned forge, Loki began preparing the elements necessary for his plan. With Sigyn's help, he arranged a series of artifacts in a complex circle: a sliver of Yggdrasil, a drop from the well of Mimir, and a shard of eternal ice from Niflheim. What you intend to forge is no ordinary weapon, Sigyn noted, recognizing the power of the elements brought together. No, confirmed Loki. It is something much more dangerous, a tool capable of manipulating the very essence of divine pacts. With it, I will be able to rewrite the agreements that Odin made, create new conditions that not even ancient entities will be able to ignore. The sacred fire pulsed in approval, its flames taking on deeper shades of blue. Loki knew he was walking a fine line. A single mistake in his plan could hasten the destruction he was trying to avoid. When Thor comes, he instructed Sigyn, show him just enough to make him believe I'm planning something truly catastrophic. He needs to pursue me with all his might, needs to believe that I'm exactly the villain everyone expects me to be. What about Odin? Sigyn asked. He knows the pacts he made. Won't he see what you're trying to do? Odin is so caught up in his own web of secrets that he will not be able to see the truth even when it is before him, Loki replied. His greatest weakness has always been his certainty that only he knows the true weight of power. A new tremor shook the cave, stronger than the previous one. Dust and small rocks fell from the ceiling, and the air became charged with an ancient and dangerous energy. They're getting closer, Loki murmured, his green eyes shining with determination. Time is running out. Sigyn, do you know what to do? His wife nodded, already preparing to leave on her mission. Before leaving, she turned to Loki one last time. Be careful, my love. Even you can get lost in the game that is about to begin. Loki watched Sigyn disappear into the shadows of the tunnels, then turned his attention to the forge. The sacred fire danced eagerly in its container, ready to be used to create something that had never before existed in the 9 worlds. Let the show begin, he whispered, beginning to work on the first step of his most audacious plan. The flames of sacred fire rose, lighting his face with an unearthly glow, as the echoes of hammer against metal began to resonate through the depths of Nidavellir. The sound of Loki's hammer echoed through the tunnels of Nidavellir, each beat resonating with the power of sacred fire. In his hands, the ancient elements began to merge into something new, something that not even the gods had imagined possible. Sweat ran down his face as he worked tirelessly, aware that every moment was precious. The blue flames of sacred fire danced around the red-hot metal, whispering ancient secrets that only Loki could hear. As he forged his creation, he felt the vibrations of Yggdrasil intensify. The ancient entities were getting closer and closer to completely breaking through the veils of reality. Suddenly, a deafening thunder shook the cave. Loki smiled, not looking away from his work. Thor had received Sigyn's message. The god of thunder was exactly where he needed him to be, unconsciously following the role Loki had assigned him in. His grand plan. Loki! Thor's voice reverberated through the tunnels. Show yourself, brother. Your crimes have gone too far. Ah, Thor. Loki muttered to himself, always so predictable. With one last precise blow of his hammer, he completed his creation, an amulet that glowed with an inner light, its runes pulsing with contained power. The ground shook again, but this time it wasn't Thor. The ancient entities were agitated, sensing that something was about to change. In the fabric of reality, Loki could see, through the visions afforded by the sacred fire, how they writhed in the spaces between the worlds, their incomprehensible forms distorting the very fabric of the cosmos. Thor burst into the chamber, Mjolnir raised and crackling with electricity. His eyes widened as he saw what Loki had created. What evil artifact is this, brother? Malignant? Loki laughed, lifting the amulet so that the light of the sacred flames danced across its surface. As always, you see only what you expect to see, Thor. This is the instrument that will save the 9 worlds, even if to do so, I must appear to destroy them first. Your lies deceive me no more, thundered Thor, advancing. Return the sacred fire, and perhaps Odin will be merciful. Merciful? Loki's voice took on a more serious tone. How was he merciful when he made pacts with forces that even he did not fully understand. Forces that now threatened to devour everything we know. Before Thor could respond, a new presence made itself felt in the cave. The air grew thick, charged with an ancient and dangerous energy. The shadows themselves seemed to come to life, and through them, Odin emerged, his single eye glowing with a mixture of anger and concern. "So you found out," said the Allfather, his voice heavy with the weight of thousands of years of secrets. "Yes," Loki replied, his smile fading. "The sacred fire showed me the truth. It showed me the agreements you made to build your kingdom, the commitments you made to forces that now come to take their toll." Thor looked from one to the other, confused. "Dad, what is he talking about?" A more violent tremor shook the cave, and for a moment, reality seemed to distort. Through gaps in the very fabric of space, glimpses of impossible shapes and colors that shouldn't exist began to manifest. "There is no more time," Loki declared, raising the amulet. "The ancient entities are coming, and with them, a Ragnarok, very different from what the prophecies predicted." Odin advanced, his power emanating in palpable waves. "You don't understand what you're dealing with, Loki." "No, Allfather," Loki replied, activating the amulet with a touch of the holy fire. "It's you who doesn't understand. I've always been chaos personified, the destroyer, the liar. But sometimes it takes a liar to reveal the truth. It takes chaos to establish a new order." The amulet began to glow with blinding intensity, its runes pulsing in tune with Yggdrasil's own heartbeat. Through him, Loki could feel Odin's ancient pacts, the promises made and the prices still unpaid. "What do you intend to do?" asked Thor. Mjolnir lowered, finally realizing that there was more at stake than he realized. "I'll do what I've always done best," Loki replied, his green eyes shining with determination. "I will cheat. I will rewrite the rules of the game. Do the ancient entities expect me to cause destruction? Then I will use that expectation against them." With a fluid gesture, Loki channeled the power of sacred fire through the amulet, beginning to rewrite the very foundations of divine pacts. The ancient entities, drawn by the chaos they expected him to cause, would find themselves trapped in a new arrangement, one that would keep them dormant for another few millennia. The cave shook violently, fragments of reality breaking away like shards of broken glass. Thor and Odin watched helplessly as Loki performed his greatest trick, using the very nature of chaos to create a new order, turning his prophesied destruction into an act of preservation. "You always underestimated me, Father," Loki said, his voice charged with power. "It was always assumed that I would cause the fall of Asgard. But sometimes, you have to look like the villain to be the hero no one expected." The amulet pulsed one last time, and for one terrible and glorious moment, all 9 worlds shook. Then, gradually, reality began to stabilize. The cracks in the fabric of the cosmos closed, and the ancient presences retreated, restrained by new bonds that not even they could easily break. Loki staggered, exhausted by the effort of rewriting the very laws of reality. Thor caught him before he fell, an instinctive gesture of brotherhood that transcended their differences. "Did you know this would happen?" asked Thor, still trying to fully comprehend what he had witnessed. Not exactly, Loki replied with a tired smile. But sometimes, the best trick is the one no one sees coming, not even the trickster who pulls it. Odin approached, his one eye studying his adopted son with a new understanding. You risked everything on a plan that could have destroyed reality. And isn't that what I always do? Replied Loki, rising with difficulty. The difference is that this time, destroying everything was exactly what everyone expected of me. And for that very reason, it was the last thing I would do. The sacred fire still danced in its container, calmer now, as if satisfied with the role it had played. Loki knew his reputation as a troublemaker would remain intact. After all, what better disguise for an unlikely savior than the mask of the eternal villain?